Savior, like a shepherd, lead us. Much we need thy tender care. In thy pleasant pastures feed us. For our use thy folds prepare. Blessed Jesus, blessed Jesus, thou hast bought us, thine we are. Blessed Jesus, blessed Jesus, thou hast bought us, thine we are. Early let us seek thy favor, early let us do thy will. Blessed Lord and only Savior, with thy love our bosoms fill. Blessed Jesus, blessed Jesus, thou hast loved us still. Blessed Jesus, blessed Jesus, thou hast loved us still. Thou hast promised to receive us, poor and sinful though we be. Thou hast mercy to relieve us, grace to cleanse and power to free. Blessed Jesus, blessed Jesus, early let us turn to thee. Blessed Jesus, blessed Jesus, early let us turn to thee. Early let us turn to
Hi there, I'm Dr. Kuninobu. Why is fresh air so important to our bodies? The main reason is oxygen. Every cell in our body needs energy to stay alive. That energy comes from glucose, and oxygen is needed to release that energy from glucose. Think of it like the flame of a candle. If you remove the supply of oxygen to the candle, the flame dies. Remove the oxygen supply to our cells, and we die. Let's be sure to get daily doses of fresh air.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonathan Hunter, host of the new 8-part series called New Start Now. New Start is a life-changing acronym that stands for nutrition, exercise, water, sunlight, temperance, air, rest, and trust. Each of these components, when implemented, have been shown time and time again to change lives for the better. Over the past few years, a team of professionals have come together to distill the very best from the New Start program into a series just for you. In each program, we'll hear amazing testimonies, delicious recipes, insightful health tips, and the resources needed to make changes in your life will be given to you. I invite you to come along with me on this journey that will lead to a healthier and happier life.
From as early as the 19th century, the temperance movement has fought valiantly against the purchase, selling, and consumption of alcohol, citing its obvious destructive tendencies, leading countless individuals, their families, and even whole communities in its wake. True temperance, however, is concerned with more than just alcohol consumption. The Apostle Paul, when writing about what a life that is truly directed by the Spirit of God looks like, specifically mentioned the word temperance, except he used the Greek word enkrateia, which is far more akin to what you and I would call self-control. What I'm trying to say is, you may not be given to drunkenness, but if you find yourself frequently losing your temper, or living a lazy and slothful life, or even just consistently seeking self-pleasure, that too is intemperate. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, is the perfect example of what a truly temperate man looks like. 33 and a half years, and he never once lost his self-control. At one point, he was led into the wilderness for a battle of the ages, where he would go toe-to-toe with his ancient foe, the Satan. Except this wasn't a battle of swords and shields, no. It was a test of integrity, morality, and true devotion. Jesus prepared for this, not by stocking up on protein bars and spending countless hours in the gym, but instead by departing to a place of isolation, where there he would spend an entire 40 days without food or water, because Jesus knew that true strength is born of discipline. And if self-control was the standard for Jesus, then it should be for our New Start too.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nedley. Have you ever heard to watch out for number one? I, me. The problem with this instruction is that self-centered people become self-indulgent people who lack comprehensive self-control and end up suffering from numerous health and relationship problems. In contrast, when we put God first and are willing to sacrifice self for the good of others and God, we find the secret to comprehensive self-control that leads to the psychological good life. How do we put God first? By reading His Word, the Bible, looking for and claiming promises in that best-selling book in prayer every day, and by asking God if we are in compliance with the instructions He has given. By committing yourself to follow those instructions through prayer, you will find that God is trustworthy, and you will learn to rely on Him as your dearest friend. By trusting completely in the one who is completely trustworthy, you will find the peace that passes all understanding. The side benefit is great too: a healthier, happier, and longer life.
Hi, my name is Jels.
And my name is Amanda, and we're here at one of our TCI contexts house raking leaves. Our group has actually been here before, and one of our group members has done Bible study with our contacts, but we're out here in nature just trying to help out our community.
And one thing that I love about TCI is that you could be doing something completely random, small things or big things, but even the small things like raking leaves goes a long way to show our contacts how much we care about them, but ultimately how much God cares about them too.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Gallant. Did you know a tomato has 4 chambers and is red? Your heart has 4 chambers and is red. Tomatoes contain lycopene, which is a powerful antioxidant that combats free radicals which are harmful to our bodies. Tomatoes are a good food for your heart and your blood.
TCI
Is total community involvement.
TCI started here at Weimar University several years ago as some leaders were studying some of our source documents, and they looked at the life of Jesus, and they found out that Jesus went about doing good. That's what he did all the time, and they said, look, maybe that's what we should do. Help people in the community by doing whatever they need to the best of our abilities.
Weimar shuts down on Wednesdays, half the day, and faculty, staff, and students go out into the community doing good services to people.
The response from the community is usually one of shock when we show up with a bunch of teenagers that are willing to just do whatever they're asked to do or whatever the community wants them to do, whether it's shovel their driveway or get rid of all the pine cones in their garden, whatever it is we're willing to do.
We are making a difference. There are people who are actually saying, you are the only family I have.
By engaging with them, you actually connect with people. We are there because we want to make friends. We want to be genuine.
Some of them want to give donations because they're just so thankful for the help.
We come with the attitude of, we just want to be here for a blessing.
By the end of it, when the job is all done, the people are extremely grateful and they want to know why it is we do this.
We want our students to learn that the time to serve is now, as they go to school. They don't wait till after they get out of school, because that means that serving other people is not the top priority. We want every student to learn that now is the time to help people in their community, people like you.
And on a typical afternoon, we'll either do yard work or we'll go door to door and just talk with some of our TCI contacts, ask them how they're doing, visit with them. If we have Bible studies, we'll do that sometimes during that time.
It's a regular thing that happens every week and you can count on it.
We get to work for people and see how big of a smile it puts on people's faces when we just do a little bit of help in the short amount of time we're there.
It seems like the work we do is really minuscule, but compared to what they can do on their own time, it just seems like so much to them, and they're so thankful and grateful.
It's a way that we can become more a part of our community, so I think that's what I like most about TCI.
We have actually literally provided millions of dollars of services to the communities of Colfax and Auburn and some of the surrounding communities in beautifying the housing and beautifying the community, but in also providing services to really help individuals, some who have had DUIs, some who have been problems with the police, and we have been able to assist them and help them to be transformed into well-functioning citizens.
The health program that we have every fall here has several different community programs that are available for TCI contacts to come to. We have
lifestyle coaching,
Diabetes Undone, the Nedley Depression and Anxiety Recovery Program, cooking schools, Live Long, Live Strong, and other health seminars.
So we enjoy the fellowship with them. We get to make friends. It just becomes a really good support system, and a lot of them come back year after year to come and attend even the same programs again and again just because of how much it meant to them.
We really have a burden for souls, and we really want to see people live their best lives, and we just really want to see people enjoy the life that God has given them.
I think TCI at Weimar University has showed me the importance of just being there for people, just being a friend.
TCI has taught me that I can go into the community and possibly even change the world, rather than focusing on myself.
We're not just there to offer a service, but to become their friends.
And this is something that's part of Weimar's DNA, is being involved in helping the community in ways that they wouldn't be helped otherwise.
Without even realizing it, we are constantly putting our lives into other people's hands. Whether it be trusting that the other drivers on the roads aren't actually drunk, or that the people that laid the foundations in the buildings that we work and live in actually knew what they were doing, or that the pilots that fly the planes we're in know how to put the thing down just as well as they took it up. We are consistently exercising faith, because that's what faith is. Faith is trusting. Trusting that the person that you love most in the world will always be there for you, that you can rely on them. Trusting that they too love you in return. For the Apostle Peter, that person was Jesus Christ, not only his rabbi, but his best friend. One night, Peter was out at sea with his buddies when they caught a glimpse of what they perceived to be a ghost. But it's as though Peter instinctively knew that it was his Messiah. And so he called out to him, "Master, if it is you, call me to come unto you." Because Peter knew that if it was Jesus out there walking on water, and if Jesus called Peter out, then does that mean that Peter himself could do the impossible? "Come," Jesus responded. And so Peter, almost without hesitation, does what no man bar Jesus had ever done before. He leans over to the side of the boat. One leg goes out, and then the other. And then he does the impossible. Peter walks on water. Now, yes, he eventually sinks, but even then he exercises faith, calling out to his master to save him, which he, of course, does. When they get back into the boat, Jesus looks Peter square in the eyes and says, "Where was your faith? Why didn't you trust me?" Jesus was teaching Peter and the disciples and us that the only place that was ever truly deserving of our faith, of our trust, the only thing that we can actually rely on was the Word of God. After all, it was only when Jesus told Peter to come that he could even get out of the boat in the first place. Friends, God will never bid us to do something that he will not enable us to accomplish. And regardless of what aspect of the New Start lifestyle you're struggling with most, even if it's the entire thing, remember that you can do anything, even the impossible, if you first put your trust in the Word of God. Then just like Peter, you too can walk on water.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Hunter, and I'm a student here at Weimar University. After months away during the summer, I know myself, and along with many other students, look forward to the opportunity to serve our community through TCI. Today, we worked hard to build a staircase for someone that really needed it. And little things like this pay off because there's nothing like seeing a smile on the friends of our community.
Hi, my name is David.
Hi, my name is Simone.
Hi, my name is Savannah.
My name is Eric.
I joined because I love to sing.
And I can sing by myself, but there's a lot of notes I can't actually sing, and I'm a bass. I can't sing most of the melodies to a lot of songs, but when you're all together, you create this sound that's just, it's amazing, and it's unparalleled.
I think what inspires me to sing is that it's really a lot like prayer, and you get to connect with God very personally. And I'm a musical person, so it makes sense to me. I enjoy it, and I get to relate to what God and what He's done.
It's cool to see how, using the talents that God has given me, I can actually be of help and heal somebody if they're going through something.
I hope that when we perform that people will be blessed by the music, and that the message of the song will really come through in spite of our shortcomings, and in spite of however the performance goes, I really hope that they will hear the words of the song and be blessed.
I hope they will be able to come away with something deeper and something that will make them think, or maybe prick their heart just a little bit, to make them ask why we sing and why we sing what we sing.
I think one thing that's unique about chamber singers is that all of the chamber singers were amateur musicians. You know, none of us are in school to take any kind of musical degree. You know, we're all just students that are doing other things in life. But we've taken time out of our schedule to come and do music.
I think our audience is actually unique because most people never get the chance to sing for depression recovery programs, which we do on a regular basis in our choir.
Everyone is there because they want to be. And so because they want to be, they're going to put 100% in, which just makes the entire thing so much better.
I think something that's unique is just how focused the group is when we all come together for a common goal. And that common goal is not about ourselves, it's about reaching out to other people.
I once had an experience where I sang in a quartet with some of my friends, and then after the concert, I had a young girl come up to me and tell me that because of the concert we had just sang, she had decided not to commit suicide because she was going to commit suicide that night. And because of the music, she was like rethinking that decision. So I think that was probably one of the most powerful things that's happened to me.
Probably when we were on tour last semester, and I don't know what it was exactly, but it was a Sabbath afternoon, and everything we were singing really spoke to me, and I needed that at that point.
One of the most powerful performances I remember was when we were singing with for a TCI concert, or for a total community involvement concert, and there were many people from the community there, and I just remember we were singing the song When I Survey, and I just remember it was the most intense feeling and the most intense song or time we'd ever sung this song, and you could just see the look in the director's eyes, and it was almost like he was angry, but it made you sing with all of your might, and I've never felt such an intense, and I've never sung a song in such an intense way, and it was really impactful.
I think my most impactful performance was with chamber singers. It was a depression recovery concert, actually, and we were singing for, there wasn't that many people. I think there was like 10, 12 people in the room. But we were singing this song called Come Ye Disconsolate. And it talks about how there is no sorrow that heaven cannot heal and heaven that cannot cure. And you can just see it on people's faces, you know, that they understood what I was singing about. And they understood the message that God is not just a great and powerful God, but that He's a personal God, that He's actually concerned with how I feel. And you could see the tears starting to roll down their faces. And I don't think I've ever experienced the power of music like that, where you're singing and you realize that this song is so touching, not just to me, but to someone else. And we're sharing that experience.
Hi, my name is Savannah. Thanks for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe. We got some cool new things coming out soon, and I know you'll be joyed. Hold on, no.
I like to think of life as a race, a really, really long one. A marathon that we're constantly running, one where we're getting fitter, stronger, and growing. Exercise is essential to growth. I mean, we've practically been designed for it. We walk, we run, we squat and we lift, we pull, power, and push our way through, over and under all manner of obstacles. This in turn makes us fitter, but also prepares us for the experiences in life that are going to be really, really tough. Faith is like a muscle. And if we don't use it, strengthen it, and exercise it daily, it too will eventually just atrophy and die. And that's how it might be with your faith too. In the beginning, it can seem quite weak, like it's not really accomplishing a whole lot. But that's okay. That's when you look to Jesus. That's when you behold Him. That's when you feast on His word and look for opportunities to grow your faith, like sharing the blessings of God with others, so that they too can experience a true new start. Now, it may not work out in the beginning the way that you thought. It may be difficult, and at times it may even hurt. But like any good fitness instructor, I'm here to tell you that you can do it. The question is, when you head out in the morning on your quest for a great walk, will you find time to walk with God in here? We live in an age where distraction is the new norm. Infinity lives in our pockets. Whatever we want, we can have instantly because we're always connected. We wake up in the morning and read the news. We head to work only to be constantly checking Facebook and Twitter to see what's happening in the world, and then we work, only to get home and finally sit down when our brain is pleading with us for some downtime, and we just go straight back to our phones and absorb another few hours worth of information anyways. It's exhausting. The question is, how can we break the mold? And the answer is simple: rest. At the end of Matthew chapter 3, just after Jesus was baptized, the Bible tells us that the Holy Spirit then led him into the wilderness where he would go toe to toe with the devil. Now, you may think that Satan chose this opportune time to attack the Son of God because after 40 days without any food or water, surely Jesus was at his weakest. Except the Bible also tells us that Jesus kept going back to this wilderness. In the Greek, it's called the eremos. And it hit me like a ton of bricks when I realized that the eremos wasn't a place of weakness for Jesus, it was a place of strength. Yes, even though he had gone 40 days without any food or water, the wilderness was not where Jesus was found at his weakest, it was where he was at his strongest. You see, he escaped from the busyness of life and he departed to a quiet place, a place of solitude, because he knew that it was there and there alone that he could reconnect with God and find the strength needed to overcome the trials that lay ahead of him. So here is the secret antidote to your non-stop life. Stop. Switch off your TVs, turn off your phones, disable your notifications if you have to, and get out there and find your own eremos. The question is, are you willing to disconnect from the busyness of life in order to reconnect with the God who promised you an abundant one? You'll find that hearing God's voice is a lot easier when there's less distractions.
For me, starting with COVID in 2020 was very challenging. I went from walking around campus with my students to sitting in front of my laptop for 10 to 12 hours a day. My typical day was I went from my bedroom to my office, and from my office to my recliner, and then to bed. And other than walking my dog, I probably maybe would get 1,500 to 2,000 steps a day. When I was working in school, I would say I probably would get about 10 to 12,000 steps a day. So to go from that down to maybe 1,500 just wasn't good. I felt pretty sluggish. I felt like I was really slow. I felt really tired. I didn't have a lot of energy. And I just pretty much just got comfortable sitting in front of the computer. So in December of 2020, I did participate in the checkup that my district was giving, and I had never seen so much red. So my cholesterol was high and my A1C was high, and I knew right then I needed to make a change. I had known about New Start at Weimar for quite some time, so I went online and I found the information. I called and I spoke with someone here. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to start the residential part at that time, so I signed up for New Start Online. And I participated in New Start Online. I participated in the Zoom calls. I read the material online. I watched the cooking demos. And I also went on to the YouTube channel and I watched all of the testimonials there as well. And it made me feel inspired that, I know I need to do this. Towards the end of May, my doctor had put me on blood pressure meds about 2 weeks before the next New Start session. So for me, that was kind of the final straw that I knew I had to be actually at the program for the full time to get the full benefits. When I met with Dr. K, my initial blood work here, the baseline, was better than my previous at home, but it was still not good.
I was thinking about what to do, and my prescription for her in regards to exercise was to start just where she was and to add a little bit more. And with a goal, like in the first week or so, to get at least to about 5,000 steps, and then we would just see how it went from there, hopefully to get her up to 10 or more thousand steps by the time she left.
I was definitely a very reluctant walker, and I could barely make it around the half-mile loop without having to stop 3-4 times to catch my breath.
To go from reluctant to really be on board was when she realized that she was at high risk for cardiovascular disease, and this was based on the lab work that we did when she first got here. She had a number of things, cholesterol, inflammatory markers, other things that just put her in a high-risk category. And I think that was very sobering for her.
So I started doing the 5,000 steps around campus, and once I got to that point, he encouraged me to raise it up to 10,000, which I did, and next thing I know, I'm doing 10,000, 12,000, up to almost 20,000 steps a day. My feet used to always swell, so my feet don't swell anymore. I'm noticing that I'm walking a lot faster. I'm able to walk up the hills. I'm able to do the trails. And I just noticed that I'm able just to walk quicker and can hold a conversation now. And when I'm not walking, I'm feeling like I need to get outside and I need to jump on a trail, or I need to walk around campus. I just think I'm more on top of my game, not being so sluggish and tired from not exercising all the time.
And what was really exciting for her was at the end when we repeated lab work that tested for cardiovascular risk, and you could see just improvement in all those numbers, from her cholesterol numbers to her inflammatory number.
My cholesterol had gone down, my A1C had gone down, and my final test results were much better. My cholesterol went down, my blood sugar was down, my blood pressure was down, and I was no longer on the road for a cardiac event. The thing that stood out for me as far as exercise is how important it is to get up and to get out and to get moving. Whether it's in nature or just around my neighborhood, that, we're not designed to just sit. We are meant to get out and move, so exercise is key. I plan to continue my exercise with the steps because I wasn't able to walk a half mile, and now I can walk 8 to 10 miles a day. I'm looking forward to going back and sharing everything that I've learned at New Start with my friends, my family, my church family, and just the fact of exercise being the most important thing for me, the keystone that holds all of the New Start principles together.
Unless you subscribe to the truly implausible theory that everything came from nothing, that the beauty that you and I behold all around us is the product of sheer random luck, then you'll know that on the fourth day of creation, God created this great big ball of burning gas that you and I call the sun. And what a fine creation it is. It gives us just the right amount of light and warmth to keep our circadian rhythms intact and to keep our bodies nice and cozy, depending, of course, on where you live. Were it any colder, we'd freeze to death. Life just wouldn't be sustainable. Any hotter, and these seas and oceans and waters that surround us would cease to exist, and the earth would be scorched. Because of its life-giving properties and its gargantuan size, it comes as no surprise to know that throughout the ages, various civilizations and people groups turned towards the sun to worship it. Paul wrote to the Romans about this tendency to idolatry, saying that the people would take the truth of God and make it a lie, that they would turn to the created things and worship and serve them instead of the Creator himself. The scriptures teach us that we are not meant to worship the sun, but rather we are meant to worship the Son. So while the sun in the sky may illumine the darkness that's all around us, only the Son of God can expel the darkness that is within us. And whilst this sun is vital for growth, the production of fruit and crops, only Jesus Christ, the Son of the Most High God, can produce the true growth of character, the production of the fruits of the Spirit. So yes, go out into the sun and enjoy its light, its warmth, the vitamin D, and all of its benefits. Just remember that more than the sun above, we need the sun within. The question is, are you willing to let Jesus Christ, the Son of Righteousness, shine not just on you, but through you?
Hi, I am Dr. Randy Bivens. Did you know that sun exposure can actually decrease many forms of cancer? We have been using sunblock for years to decrease skin cancers, but it has also been blocking our production of vitamin D. Vitamin D is an important substance that reduces osteoporosis and is also an antioxidant. But maybe most importantly, vitamin D functions in gene modulation, which can lead to suppression of bad genes. In a recent study, men receiving the most sunlight had a 50% reduction in prostate cancer when compared to those receiving the least sunlight. So don't be afraid to expose yourself to moderate sunlight.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nedley. If vitamin R could be placed into pills and sold in bottles, it would be the hottest selling vitamin in the world. Vitamin R improves both the quality and quantity of life. In addition, it improves mood, emotional stability, athletic performance, intelligence, and feelings of wellness. What is vitamin R? Rest. Getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep every night is optimal for most adults. In addition to our daily rest of rejuvenating sleep, a weekly Sabbath rest with an entire day without work and dedicated to spiritual activities and worship has been shown to improve mental health and happiness. It leads to better lifestyle habits and self-control, which improves physical health too. So don't forget to rest well, daily and weekly.
your only Son, no sin to hide, but you have sent him from your side to walk upon this guilty soul and to be called your gift of love. They crucified, they loved and scorned him as he died. Oh King, they've named a fraud and sacrificed the Lamb of God. O Lamb of God, sweet Lamb of God, I love the holy Lamb of God. Oh, wash me in His precious blood. My Jesus Christ is the Lamb of God. I was so lost, I should have died, but you have brought me to your song shall rise to be led by your staff and rod, and to be called the Lamb of God, the Lamb of God. O Lamb of God, sweet Lamb of God, I love the holy Lamb of God. Oh, wash me in His precious blood. My Jesus Christ is the Lamb of God.
I wish everything wasn't so tiring, that I could enjoy my life to the fullest without medications. I wish I could give more than excuses to my grandkids. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I wish I could have a new start.
Well, you can. And we'd like to show you how. New Start has gone online. New Start Online is our health and lifestyle program featuring 32 hours of health lectures from world-renowned physicians, cooking demonstrations, recipes, a meal planner, an exercise logging tool, access to a dietitian, and a health and lifestyle coach. Because life is so much more than a broken wish list. Life is about new opportunities, new growth, a new start. Because it's never too late to make a new start now.
I was an athlete. I was always in really good shape. And being in good shape has always been really important to me. So when some of these things started happening to me, the weight gain and the issues with medication, the depression was terrible. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that my health was deteriorating, and it was deteriorating quickly. Started out right around the year 2000 with cancer and this mystery leg neuropathy, which was just as painful as could be. I ended up going to UCSF, Stanford. I went everywhere trying to figure out what it was, and all I seemed to collect along the way was medications. The medication would lead to another medication. And I'd run into some sort of a health issue, prostatitis, which was a precursor to the cancer. That led me into one medication. I had an allergic reaction to it, ended up in the emergency room on New Year's Eve. The thing that was supposed to help me was creating all my troubles. So I was driving up here and I saw the Weimar Institute, a little sign. I'm not kidding you, a little sign. And I'd been up here 1,000 times on my way to Reno and Tahoe. And I thought, you know, I'm gonna go look at it and see what it is. So I came up, and when I saw this, I was really taken back by it. It's like, how did this thing get here? You know, especially how did I not know about it? So I remember taking one of the flyers down at the bottom of the hill where that office is at. And then I decided just to walk up and look around, and I went to the store and the lodge, and I thought, my goodness, this place this is insane. And then I started seeing a few kids, and everybody was very pleasant and very polite, and I still didn't really know where I was. I actually walked inside the lodge and asked somebody in there what it was about, and they were kind enough to take me through it. And it went home, and it was maybe a week or two later I decided to call. And one thing kind of led to another, and they started telling me about it. When I first got here, there were two medications that I was on, fentanyl and Vicodin. And the first day when the doctors, when they come in and interview you on your first day, I still remember Dr. Lukens, he's looking down at my chart, and he says, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have you stop taking them, and instead of doing the 3-day fast, we'll have you skip the 3-day fast while we wean you off of these. He's got to be crazy. How could I possibly do that? It'd been over 12 years, both of them. There was no exit strategy ever given by a doctor. People that are under the weight of being in bondage to medication, it's awful. It's an everyday, all you're doing is surviving. You're not living, you're existing. You're just trying to get by day to day. And you want so badly to be to have anything back you used to. I used to feel this way and I don't anymore. I'm miserable, and you're miserable every day. And then you're around people and they're miserable because you're miserable. And now you don't want to be around people because you don't want to make them miserable. And next thing you know is you're not enjoying anything about life whatsoever. New Start gave me that hope back that I could do this naturally, and I did. 3 weeks later, I wasn't taking either one of them. Every person I'll ever talk to about this place at all, I want them to understand this is a spiritual issue. It is not a health issue. It's not about eating. It's not about medication. It's not about addiction. It's a spiritual issue. And if you get the spiritual side of this and you understand that God wants you happy, that He wants you to get your weight under control. He wants you off those medications. Well, if I'm off the medications, what am I going to do? Well, maybe it's time to find out. Maybe it's time to find out what God has for you. Give it a shot. What do you got to lose? I was pretty miserable the way I was. What did I have to lose? Nothing. And that's really another reason of coming up, is I had nothing to lose. I was at the end. You didn't wake up one day and decide, you know what, I think I want to be miserable. You didn't wake up one day and decide you wanted to be an addict. You didn't wake up one day and do those things. You simply get caught in the vortex sometimes of the ugliness in life, and you end up in a place you'd never thought you would. And you ask what New Start was. New Start was the hope that gets you out of that. That's what New Start is. It's hope.
So my average day started always like at 5 in the morning. That's because my husband used to go to work and I used to wake up and do his lunch for him. And then I would always go back to sleep, like maybe till 10, 11 in the morning, because I was very tired. Because the night before I would go to sleep very late, maybe 1, 2 in the morning. I have always been a night owl. You know, even since I was small, my mom told me that I used to cry at night a lot. I used to sleep late all the time, it was just a pattern, you know. I kind of stopped in events. I was just not participating anymore in stuff in church, or when we used to go camping with the boys. I didn't hike, I didn't do the walking, I kind of just stayed back, you know. Just out of, oh mom, let's go to the park. No, I never did that because of the way I was feeling. So in, I want to say 2005, I think, I had my first problem that I noticed. Like it was, I started feeling very, very dizzy, but that was because I had my left ear, I started having problems with my left ear. So I was told that I had vertigo, and then it went from vertigo to having hearing loss and liquid in the middle ear and stuff like that. So it started going downhill then. It was after breakfast, I was driving and I noticed that I was feeling strange. Like my brain was feeling strange. Like I wasn't feeling right. And it was not like the feeling before, me feeling off or dizzy. This was different. And I told my sister, I can't drive anymore. So I pulled over right in the freeway. I pulled over, and the last thing I remember was when we got home, I woke up. So I fell into this very deep, deep sleep. So I didn't know what was wrong with me. Maybe I thought I was tired, I guess. It happened again after I ate breakfast. You know, I went to my doctor and I said, this is how I'm feeling. And they said, well, we don't know what it is. You know, we have to look into it. So they checked my heart. They checked my blood work. They did a CT scan. Everything was coming up normal. So I was tired of feeling that way. You know, it was a pattern. Every day was the same. So this time, I was needing help to even get to my bed after a meal. So my husband would help me, my boys would help me, whoever was here would help me get to bed. So in 2021, a friend of mine, she sent me an email. She sends me emails every single day to encourage me, you know, and a Bible verse and stuff like that. And then she goes, can I send you something? I looked into Weimar, and I want to send you something. And I said, okay. And it was the free trial for the New Start online program. And I really liked what I saw. She sent me another email. She says, let me gift this to you. And I said, sure. And so I did the online program, and I really liked what I saw. And I said, wow, only if I could do this in person. So I looked into it because nothing was happening. The doctors weren't helping me. One doctor just told me, she goes, well, just stop eating. If it makes you sick, just stop eating. So I talked to my husband and I said, yeah, I think I need this. I kind of said, oh, this is going to be a vacation for me, you know, but I never thought that New Start was going to change me forever. I didn't know that I needed more water, more air. I didn't know that I needed more rest. And of course, the nutrition part of it was, I knew that I had to change that aspect of my life. And now I practice everything they taught me. Now I eat healthier. I'm sticking to the whole plant-based lifestyle. I get more walking in. I get more water in. The rest for me is, I guess, one of the most important part for me, because I know that if I have rest, I'm able to do everything else. Like before, I needed help to go to sleep, you know? And now it's like I can't even think about going to sleep because I have so much energy throughout the day that I can't go to sleep. I still feel, you know, the heart pounding. I still feel tired, but not the same kind of tired. My boys and my husband, the first day that they saw me, you know, after New Start was like, Mom, you look different. And I mean, I know I did lose some weight and stuff like that, but not only that, they saw that I looked younger, you know, and that I had weight carrying, you know, because I wasn't feeling right. It makes me feel like I could be part of their life now. I could be, you know, they could depend on me now, you know, if they need me, you know. I think my change is inspiring other people already. I have some people on board that are wanting to change the way that they live their life, you know. And I told them, you know, it's a journey. So my goal is that to teach other people that it's not hard to stick to a whole plant-based lifestyle, and you know, to go ahead and do the other steps too, you know.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Kuninobu. Did you know that our attitudes and emotions can affect our immune function? Research from the University of Wisconsin showed that people who thought about a good experience for 7 minutes before getting a flu shot had significantly higher levels of antibodies 6 months later, compared with those who had focused on a bad experience for those same 7 minutes prior. Proverbs 17:22 says, "A merry heart does good like medicine, but a broken spirit dries the bones." Engage in positive thinking today.
From dispensing meds to smiles, you give so much of yourself to your patients. Some days, or even nights, there isn't much of you left by the end of your shift, but you'll get up and do it all again tomorrow. Because you're doing what you dreamed of doing for so long, and you're good at what you do. But you want to be even better. Maybe you're trying to find the right keys to open the door for upgrading at work, or even launching some new dreams. We're here to help. What if you could not only reach those goals, but do something good for yourself at the same time? Through New Start Online, you can earn up to 30 continuing education units that meet the California Board of Nursing's requirements for certification, relicensing, and licenses. But really, it's self-care for all areas of your life. It's right there at your fingertips. Knowledge you can use right away, packaged in shorter segments so 10 or even 5 minutes gets you closer to your goals. It goes beyond CEUs though. It offers practical info, a daily health tracker, recipes, and more, so you can meet your personal health goals while working on your professional ones. You give so much. Isn't it about time to give to yourself? Whatever your goals are, the New Start Online program with Nurses CEUs was designed for you.
Hi, my name is Chloe, and today for TCI we are at Jim's house. He's a new TCI contact, and we've been doing leaf blowing, raking, as well as trimming. And it's been really nice to see how happy he is that we're here, as well as to meet someone new who we haven't done work for before. It seems as though we've been a blessing to him, and we've been able to just see how happy he is that we're here, making his house look better.
Hi, I am Dr. Randy Bivens. Did you know that without water, you could only live a few days at most? The brain is 90% water, and when we are dehydrated, our entire brain slows down. Water is also necessary to regulate our body temperature and to filter our blood. In a recent study, it was shown that if you drink at least 40 ounces of water per day, your risk of coronary heart disease drops by over half. So, drink up.
Here on this land, about 30 miles north of Sacramento, 1 hour from Lake Tahoe, lies a property that has been involved in health work for the last 100 years. Today it is the home of Weimar Institute and houses a college, an academy, an elementary school, a health food store, and a health and lifestyle center. In 1919, a small tuberculosis sanatorium opened on this plot of land due to its ideal location in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains. The location was ideal for recovery from respiratory disease. It would grow to become a hospital, and in 1960, it was renamed the Weimar Medical Center. By 1966, it was a general community hospital, but it was closed in 1972 due to governmental financial cuts. In 1975, the institution would become the Hope Village under the direction of Ruth Graham and others, and was a housing facility for over 1,000 Vietnamese refugees. In 1977, a group of over 70 Adventists gathered in the youth chapel of the Carmichael Seventh-day Adventist Church to see if their vision of acquiring the Weimar property could become a reality. Following a season of prayer, everyone voted in favor of moving ahead with the purchase of the 457-acre property. There was wide support for this new health institution right from the start, from laity, other supporting ministries, ministers, and church administrators. The General Conference was supportive from the start, with both Presidents Robert Pearson and Neil Wilson either visiting or showing support through letters. In 1978, the dream became a reality, and Weimar Institute of Health and Education was opened. The early years were a story of faith, courage, perseverance, and sacrifice. On one occasion, a mortgage payment of $12,000 needed to be made, but there was less than $100 in the bank. Amongst the staff who were getting paid minimal salary, there was little hope of raising the money. But by 3:15 p.m. on the afternoon the payment needed to be made, an envelope was received containing 5 checks totaling the exact amount of $12,000. Over the years, the institution grew, but they never forgot their original vision to be a center for health and education and to be an outpost center. Weimar is also the founder of the much-known acronym today, New Start, with the first 25-day live-in program taking place in May 1978, and it was adopted as the official name in January of 1981. New Start stands for nutrition, exercise, water, sunshine, temperance, air, rest, and trust in God. These 8 natural principles form the basis for lifestyle medicine and healthy living, and have changed countless lives, not just here, but around the world. Throughout the 1980s and 90s, the institution grew. In the early 2000s, Weimar would go through some struggles, and the college closed down in 2008. However, a small core of staff and supporters felt the need to reopen the school. This occurred in 2009. a board was appointed and the call was extended to Dr. Neil Nedley to serve as the president, which after much prayer, he accepted. He has now been the longest serving president in Weimar's history, presiding over a quarter of its existence. During this time, a licensed nursing program has been opened. This was only allowed by the state of California due to the unique lifestyle focus that Weimar has. In 2018, the college achieved accreditation, a miraculous achievement and one which did not involve any compromise and has led to an increase in student numbers. Once again, the accreditors were impressed by the unique comprehensive lifestyle program that Weimar practices and promotes. The college now offers theology, nursing, pre-med, psychology, business, and education programs. Sensing a need for faculty and students to practically engage the community every week led to the development of Total Community Involvement, or TCI, a form of the GC, Total Member Involvement. This has unified students and faculty in weekly service and brought spiritual revival in their lives. Each year, nearly 100 people commit or recommit their lives to the Seventh-day Adventist Church through Bible baptism. A discipleship-focused church has been opened on campus that gives students a welcoming place to invite new members and contacts from the community. When Weimar started, there were only 45 students and a shared dream by the staff here. God isn't interested so much in numbers, but in the dedication, commitment, and vision of those involved. Today, Weimar is fulfilling the words of Ellen White in Second Selected Messages, page 358. Repeatedly, the Lord has instructed us that we are to work the cities from outpost centers. In these cities, we are to have houses of worship as memorials for God, but institutions for the publication of our literature, for the healing of the sick, and for the training of our workers are to be established. May this vision continue to strengthen here and be duplicated further afield.
When I go home for like breaks, I can tell there's a difference between like Weimar's spiritual atmosphere and the one I have like in my own church even. But I feel like it's definitely helped my spiritual like relationship with God, because it's like the focus here. It's like spiritual, your relationship with God and then academics here.
Every teacher really emphasizes that, and they always pray before class and almost always have a Bible connection.
I like how there's like week of prayer and all sorts of things. They emphasize it, but it doesn't feel like you're choking on it almost.
Being vegan.
Physical health.
Having healthy social relationships.
We're always walking.
Always.
Health. Lots of health, you know, those early morning runs with the dorm at 5:30, you know, you might think like, you know, today it's really cold. No, you're gonna be out there getting exercise, getting health, walking to breakfast, walking, anyways, but it's good, I'm sure I've been benefited by this.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Kuninobu. Temperance is an interesting word that many people can often be confused about. Temperance means using good things in moderation and completely avoiding all bad things. We know, for example, that nectarines, peaches, and plums are good for us. But we also know what would happen if I ate a whole bag of plums in the form of prunes. Yes, even moderation of good things is important too. Oh, you want me to do this thing?
Yeah, go for it.
You're serious?
Yeah. Take one.
Trust is where we learn to rely on more than just ourselves.
To believe in a person or believe in a thing or believe in a system that is going to function the way it is supposed to function.
Imagine if you couldn't trust anybody. If you couldn't trust anybody at all. Think about your stress levels. Think about what to do next.
If we do not trust, it means that we don't really believe that things actually can be better than they are.
So if you live in an environment where you have no trust, you don't have people around you that you trust or that trust you, there's all sorts of sort of mental health and physical health disadvantages to that.
We will always know that we're fallible, or it is fallible, and there's always going to be uncertainty, and therefore it fosters
anxiety. I've seen such anxious people, and when you get to asking them, it's this incredible inability to believe that you can trust God.
If you are in this world without God, then you're on your own. And that is a daunting notion, because who are you going to go to when you need help?
You have nothing to trust in, and at that moment, people lose hope.
It will affect our physical health. We'll actually have less endurance. We are going to have less motivation. We're actually going to be far more irritable. We're going to tend to be angry at the world and angry at others. And anger is associated with all sorts of physical health problems, such as increased risk of heart disease, increased risk of cancer, increased risk of osteoporosis, increased risk of even kidney disease and liver disease, increased risk of getting involved in addictions, to self-medicate. And those addictions are also associated with a lot of adverse physical as well as mental health.
Trust is important from so many different aspects at holding together our whole physical and mental well-being. And that trust, of course, then needs to be in something trustworthy like God.
I would say there's probably a continuum of degrees of trust. And the extent to which we don't trust, we don't have a trust in God, we're left to our own resources. Then we feel more insecure, we feel less capable, we feel less motivated. All of those things will affect us, and that of course will affect our overall health, but also our life experience, our relationships, and our happiness.
They actually did some research in North Carolina at the VA hospital in Raleigh-Durham and the Duke Medical Center. And they looked at these patients, and they found that if they didn't believe that God was caring for them, or if they doubted that He had protected them, or if they thought the devil made this illness happen to them, they actually had a 30% higher rate of mortality than those who trusted in God.
But there comes a time in all of our lives where we recognize our need for help, some sort of help outside of ourselves. And that's where this faculty of faith comes in. And the Bible says, not implicitly, but explicitly, God has given you a measure of faith.
So if we want to be healthy, physically, mentally, socially, we have to trust.
Trust is critical. Just on an interpersonal level, if a patient comes to see me and they don't believe what I say and they don't create a bond that they trust me, they're not going to go back and make changes to their lifestyle. They're not going to probably even take the medicines I recommend. They're not going to really benefit from the whole encounter.
You can't live this life well without God's help. You might think you're all that. You might think that you've accomplished all this, and maybe you have, and that's great. But who gave you the ability to do it?
Forgiveness is part of our ability to regain trust.
Unforgiveness is the poison that, rather than throwing on the person that you're angry at, you eat yourself. It's not hurting them that much that you don't forgive, but it's killing you.
When we forgive, we're actually freeing ourselves to be able to decrease the inflammatory response, decrease our stress.
Trust plays a vital role in health.
An example of this would be people that attend church. On average, just for all-cause mortality, how long you live, you tend to live longer if you have a trust-based or faith-based view of life.
That's what faith is. It's total confidence in the word of Jesus, in his promises.
Relationships with your families, relationships with God, where you can see him demonstrating in your experience his trustworthiness. You're having relationships with people where they demonstrate their trustworthiness and you demonstrate to them your trustworthiness. Those are the kind of things that build up our confidence in each other, our confidence in God, and promote the well-being that we want to have and God wants us to have.
We have 8 letters for New Start, the acronym. The last one is trust. And they say that you can get a certain degree of health by just following the first 7. But if you leave out that last T, the trust, you're never going to get complete and lasting health.
I was born and raised in Mexico as a child, and I'm on the standard Mexican diet. Well, you know, in childhood, you eat all the meat and the things that your parents provide for you. And later, after we immigrated to the U.S. and we got into the standard American diet, things high in fat and high sugar, foods like that, the cakes and the ice cream and the pies and things like that, you just kind of get used to it. About 28 years ago, at lunch, I had a little packet of horseradish and I put on my sandwich. And boy, that gave me heartburn. Yeah, right away, chest pain, you know, heartburn. I went to the hospital and they kept me there a week. You know, they did a treadmill test with me and they checked my heart as I was doing on the treadmill, walking on a treadmill. And then finally what they said was, well, you have high blood pressure. You need to get, you know, medication for your high blood pressure. That spicy thing you ate at lunch, it created fluid to build up around your heart. And that's what's giving you that. So eventually my doctor said, yeah, you do have diabetes. You are definitely now, you got full-blown diabetes. And he started giving me pills. And then my blood pressure medication too. I was taking that every day. Eventually, it came to a time when my doctors told me, I think you need to be on insulin now. Now, ooh, I remember that was like a shock to me, like, oh, pills aren't good enough now. Different things started happening to me, like I came down with kidney stones. They analyzed the kidney stones. Yep, it was too much red meat. You know, that certain kind of acid. The very first stone I tried to pass, it was blocking urinary tube, and they had to go in and remove it. And then, again, another shocker. It was cancerous, so I went ahead and elected to get surgery. So they removed my prostate. Quite a few months earlier, my brother had come to Weimar, went on this program, went home, kept up with the good program, the exercise, the good food and everything. He had wonderful results, and he told me about it. And so, I was thinking maybe that's what I need to do too. And then my son found out and heard about it too, and he was constantly telling me, yeah, Dad, go do it. Go do it. He knew that I was big and fat, and I couldn't walk and hike with him up in the hills and the trails and stuff like we used to. Finally, I looked it up on the computer, found out that when the next session was going to be, and I signed up for it. I committed and signed up for it, and I came August 8th, it was. My first day when I arrived here, August 8th. And I started learning all these wonderful 8 principles that they talk about here, New Start. And it took me a few days, but finally the Lord started opening my mind and just letting me know, these are the blessings that I want to give you, I want to help you. improve your health. And, you know, I could see myself sliding to an early grave. And, but I tell you, since I've been here eating this good food, I don't feel tempted. I go by those places now and I'm not tempted to want to buy some more of that barbecue beef or the burgers. Now, not only was I addicted to the meat, certain kinds of meat, but coffee. I was pretty much accustomed to having coffee in the morning. And then later in the afternoon, more coffee. After I went through this program, I lost 24 pounds. My first pounds that I lost, I was never, before I came here, I was never able to lose any weight. But doctors kept telling me, you need to do something to lose weight. You need to do something. Well, it's hard to give up that barbecue beef, that Kentucky Fried Chicken, you know. And it's very hard to give all that up. And but anyway, after being here and eating this good food and exercising every day and being inspired and motivated, no way am I going back, to that old lifestyle that's going to take me right back to an early grave. No, not me. Yeah, my goal is just to keep going with this good New Start program for life.
Hi, I am Dr. Randy Bivens. Did you know that people getting less than 7 hours of sleep per night are 43% more likely to die from cardiovascular disease? People who get at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night also have better mental and emotional health. They are better prepared to handle stress, and they have better memory and learning abilities. So make your bedroom dark, avoid screen time 1 hour before sleep, and drop the temperature in the room for a better night of sleep.
Hello, my name is Abigail, and today for TCI Kids, we are at the Auburn Regional Park helping kids from the community and kids from the elementary school with their homework. And we're also allowing them to have a lot of fun, like behind me. And kids really are enjoying it today. It's a nice sunny day, so they're having fun and getting out of the classroom and running around.
It's really nice to see their energy. It's really fun to play with them, spend some bonding time with them. We really enjoy their energy, and it's a little break for us too from our studies. It helps us recharge for the week, and so that we can look forward to it for the next week.
Hello, my name is Abigail, and today for TCI Kids, we are at the Auburn Regional Park helping kids from the community and kids from the elementary school with their homework. And we're also allowing them to have a lot of fun, like behind me. And kids really are enjoying it today. It's a nice sunny day, so they're having fun and getting out of the classroom and running around.
It's really nice to see their energy. It's really fun to play with them, spend some bonding time with them. We really enjoy their energy, and it's a little break for us too from our studies. It helps us recharge for the week, and so that we can look forward to it for the next week.
When you think of mission trips, Japan is probably not the first country that comes to mind. But did you know only 1% of the population professes any Christianity at all? Among those few Christians, roughly 1% are on the books as members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. These faithful few are dwindling as the fast-paced secular environment draws the majority of the youth away from the church. This coming year, students and staff from the Weimar University Orchestra have a burden to go and encourage our fellow brothers and sisters across the ocean. Although the last few years have been difficult and full of change, we are immensely blessed with freedoms and resources that others do not enjoy. As we near the closing scenes of Earth's history, consider how you can contribute to hastening the Lord's coming. Your generosity can make a difference and help bring light and encouragement to Japan.
I think it starts with a personal relationship with Jesus, and it's a choice. It's a decision that you have to make. You can't just come to the academy and think that we're gonna, do that for you. A lot of times people say, oh, if I were to go to Weimar, then I'm gonna be a strong Christian. Well, you need to be a strong Christian wherever you're at. And it's a choice that you have to make every morning. And when everybody makes that choice, then it's easy. It's easy to have that strong spiritual connection and a place here at our school.
Mm-hmm. I think it also takes willingness, because some students don't want to come to the academy with the mindset of having a relationship with God, but being willing to buy into what Weimar is, and a part of that is spirituality, and so willing to take part in everything that Weimar is, whether it's worships or leading out in worships and song service, and letting those things work on your heart, because I know that's what worked on mine, and I think that can be something that works on other students' hearts as well.
I think 3 things. I think honesty, being honest with one another, letting each other know where we are. Trust, us as staff members trusting our students even when we don't know them yet, and giving them an opportunity to prove themselves. And communication, just talking with one another, talking with God. I think those 3 things together are foundational for having a good spiritual atmosphere at a school like this.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Gallant. Did you know moderate sunlight exposure increases the production of serotonin, the brain's feel-good hormone? Serotonin is also elevated by eating excessive amounts of refined sugars, like ice cream and cake. Diets high in refined carbohydrates, like what is in ice cream and cake, have been linked to an increased risk of obesity. Obesity contributes to many health challenges. Therefore, it is better to get our serotonin from sunlight rather than refined carbohydrates.
It's not that I don't want to help. I do. But life just gets in the way, There's family, and school, and work, and just the busyness of life. But despite my hectic schedule, with the Health online program, I can get the know-how and the skills I need to be the health evangelist I'm called to be. All from the comfort of my own home.
No.
No.
I mean, the rules here are generally made for the people that are
Yeah.
living here.
And the rules kind of like shape a lifestyle that we should be living. So it's more of like a lifestyle type thing rather than rules.
And the staff really, they do care about us students. Like, they really show it to you, and it's obvious that they're not focused on anything else other than us.
For the rules, like some of the, I guess, say a dress code violation or something like that, the staff might come up to you and ask you possibly to change it. Say your shirt was untucked, you didn't bring a belt that day, but they're not going to be like, no, you're horrible, you've done an evil deed. But no, they usually just try to work it out with you.
I mean, it definitely has rules, but they care more about the people than about the rules.
Yeah, the rules are in place because of the people.
The future is waiting for us. Seismic shifts are breaking loose in the hearts of humanity. Our next set of actions on this planet pose to be more crucial than ever before. The harvest is ripe, but the workers are few. So how will we finish today's work today? Well, that's up to you.
Oh, you want me to do this thing?
Yeah, go for it.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Take one.
We are made primarily of water.
65 to 70% water.
If you don't have enough water, then we don't get the optimal biochemical reactions to occur in the body.
Your whole body cannot work properly.
So our body and circulation, physical, muscle mass, even brain chemistry is dependent on adequate amounts of water.
Every single cell in our body needs to have hydration.
The majority of the human body, percentage-wise, is water. And so we need water. Dehydrated tissues don't work properly. A dehydrated brain doesn't work properly.
If you're a diabetic and you are dehydrated, your blood sugars automatically go up a little bit.
Well, if we talk long enough, you realize that water affects every single part of our entire being.
So water is the way that your body gets rid of toxins. If you don't have water, you're not going to be able to get rid of toxins.
People think, well, aspirin is the cheapest blood thinner. No, fresh water is actually cheaper than aspirin, and it reduces the viscosity and is a blood thinner that can help prevent even the risk of heart attacks and strokes.
It helps cleanse the impurities so the kidneys can filter it out without having to work quite so hard to concentrate.
Our blood pressure system, you know, it's really, without adequate water, our blood pressure can drop.
If you don't have enough fluidity of blood, you can get blood clots. The platelets, the blood itself becomes more stagnant.
We don't think as clearly. We lose there's memory loss, short-term memory loss and long-term memory loss. We get headaches.
The Harvard study showed that for every cup of water that a man drank, he would decrease his risk of prostate cancer by 7%.
They even find that hydration impacts people's mood.
It has been shown to reduce the risk of depression, anxiety, and brain fog.
A study was shown that if you drink a glass of water at night, you reduce your risk for acute coronary syndrome that night, just that night, by 50%.
Most heart attacks that we see coming into the emergency room, for instance, happen in the early morning hours once the body's become very dehydrated.
If you were the brain, where would you want to protect most? Yourself, the brain, and the circulation.
You will sacrifice other areas of the body.
So if there's not enough fluid in the circulation is going to take it out of places like the colon, so you might get constipated, and places like the joints.
You take your body weight in pounds.
Divide it in half as the number of ounces you should drink per day.
If it's kilograms, then it would be equal, maybe a little bit more than the amount of kilograms of body weight.
Another guide is to use maybe that as a starting point, but then you fine-tune it upwards to make sure that your urine's getting fairly clear.
You'll know you drank enough when your urine turns clear.
If the urine has a lot of smell or it has a strong color, most probably you're not drinking enough water.
If your urine is dark yellow, okay, and you have no other reason for your urine to be dark yellow, it means that you're not drinking enough water. When the urine looks like the color of the water that you drank, okay, which is clear, then you know for sure you're drinking enough.
The water you take in and the water that you put out should be a very similar color. That's a good measure.
Thirst is not a good indicator of when you should drink water.
By the time you're thirsty, it's estimated that you're already 20% at deficit.
When you get above 65, 70, then you may lose like 50% of your thirst drive entirely.
We're not thirsty when we're mildly dehydrated. It's only when we're severely so that we tend to get, or moderate to severely so, that we tend to get thirsty.
So you should always drink before you get the thirst mechanism going on.
Actually, as a gastroenterologist, I have found that it's best not to drink with your meals.
What happens is blood flow is now directed to the stomach to do the job that it needs to do, and your body goes into an anabolic mode. When you drink water,
you can dilute the digestive juices.
You're not breaking down those food components into their basic parts that are better for absorption.
There's a problem with drinking as a habit with your meal, that you're diluting your digestive juices starting in the mouth, and then of course the digestive juices in the stomach, which delays and makes the digestion much more difficult. Can even lead to being so slow that things start to ferment or rot in the stomach before they actually get digested and moved on and then absorbed.
And the whole process then drags on and causes more fatigue for us.
They've done studies where if you drink 1 or 2 glasses of water about 30 minutes before a meal, then you don't eat as much. So you take in less calories and you lose weight, and you lose weight quicker than somebody else who doesn't drink the water.
When you do that, you hydrate your body, and when you hydrate your body like that, what we find is that you make better saliva, better digestive juices.
And that will actually produce less reflux, it will speed up gastric emptying, less fermentation in the stomach, and more efficient digestion.
Just a few words would be enough for me to understand. Just to be guided by your eyes, not even by your hand. When all is silent, I can feel you, I can hear you speak.
But your ways are high, and you are a mystery. Still for you I seek.
I wasn't looking for all of the answers. See, I don't need to know all you have for me.
Let me grasp what your love requires. get me back to your desire. Let me be changed by your refining fire. And nothing, and nothing, nothing, nothing more. And nothing, and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
When all is silent, I can feel you and I can hear you speak.
But your ways are high and you are a mystery. Still for you I seek. I wasn't looking for all of the answers. See, I don't need to know all you have for me. Let me grasp what your love requires to get me back to your desire. Let me be changed by your refining fire. And nothing, and nothing, and nothing, nothing, nothing more. And nothing, and nothing, and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
And nothing,
and nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
and nothing,
And nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
So my name is Dana Cole and I live in Terabella, California. I grew up in Southern California and my husband and I moved here to the farm about 15 years ago. I'm a chiropractor, semi-retired, but my main job is I run a thoroughbred racehorse farm. I started racing my car in 2020 in August, so it hasn't been very long, but it's very fun. I go about every other month racing. Anyway, that's hard to explain. As a teenager, I was pretty athletic. I rode my bike a few hundred miles a week. I played tennis. I used to roller skate a lot. I would roller skate probably 5 to 10 miles a day. I was very active. I did a lot of volunteer work and I was really involved. And then I graduated from high school, and about a few months later I got diagnosed with leukemia. When I first got diagnosed, it took a year to find a donor, and during that time I was on chemotherapy, and it was about 5 years of recovery. I was sick a lot. I mean, I was probably in the hospital once a month. When I got out, they said probably I would live to be 30. So at that point I was 21, and I figured I would give them 5 years, and I did everything. I said, I'll do anything you say, because I really wanted to live. So for the sunshine, I started getting way too much sunshine when I was younger. I was always tan. In fact, my friends called me sunshine because I was really tan all the time. And then the bone marrow transplant with the full body radiation was the final, straw that just fried my skin. My whole skin was blistered everywhere. So I had to, because of the leukemia and the treatment, I had to avoid the sun for a long time. Well, as I got healthier, I started adding sunshine back in and having no repercussions. And then about 3 years ago, I started getting skin cancer. So I had to go back to hat, and I wear like these golf sleeves, that cover your arms and stuff. I still am outside, but I just protect myself. I'm 50 now, so I guess about 10 years ago, I started progressively gaining weight, but I was still exercising a lot, still very active, gardening and walking, and I've got my animals. I was riding horses. I was very athletic, and all of a sudden I just kept gaining weight and I couldn't figure it out. I asked my doctor to check my thyroid, so I had hypothyroid. So I got on meds for that and it helped a little bit, but not enough. So I just started getting more like sluggish and feeling bad about myself. So about 2 years ago, my husband started realizing I was really frustrated. He said, why don't you go, to a fat farm? So I laughed, like thinking, oh, fat farm, So I looked at like weight loss clinic, health retreats, and I looked at all kinds of stuff. Weimar came up, so I looked into that and I watched the video online. I wanted it to be something that would be a life change, not something that I was gonna go exercise so hard that is unrealistic to do this when I'm 80. So I was at the dentist here in town and I had told her, because she's really fit and just is a beautiful woman, well, at this Weimar Institute, and she's like, exactly, that's how I eat. And she's like, go, you have to do it. So I came home and she really, encouraged me to come. So I did. One thing that happened when I was at New Start is I found out I had a lot of other health issues. When I first got there, they did blood tests and they did the treadmill test. And so I realized on the treadmill test, my right atrium was enlarged. So I had some heart enlargement. I found out I had high liver counts and the biggest one was the high liver counts, but also that I was pre-diabetic was a total shocker to me, and high cholesterol, because I never really ate a lot of meat anyway, but high cholesterol, that was just like, whoa. So when I came back and had an abdominal ultrasound, they found out that it was my gallbladder. It was filled with sludge and stones. They said, you have to have your gallbladder removed immediately. When I went in for my gallbladder surgery and they told me, let me see your blood test, and they're like, why didn't they check your vitamins and your minerals? I mean, it's like the most important thing. They should have tested that. We're not gonna do surgery without that. So they went and did the test and like, wow, your vitamin D count is really low. Now I wear sunscreen, but I try to get about 15 to 20 minutes of sunshine every day without sunscreen, without a hat, to make sure I get it naturally. But I'm taking supplements until my tests go normal. I know one thing is, since I've been on supplements and getting more sunshine, I am a lot happier. Like, it just brings my mood up, which I didn't even realize that I was feeling kind of tired and down. And then once I started the supplements, all of a sudden I was like dancing and singing again. And once my vitamin D count started elevating back to a normal level, I could definitely notice that my mood was better. It just brought like sunshine into my life, as a metaphor. I didn't realize how much vitamin D played a role in your emotional well-being. I mean, it really makes a big difference. All I know is I just feel a lot better since I've been eating this way, and I've gotten probably like 5 or 6 friends and family members to start eating better, because what are you doing? That you look great, and they're not talking about weight loss, because I haven't lost a whole lot of that, but just my demeanor and how I feel and stuff like that. So my parents have gone that way. My dad is a pre-diabetic. He's a type 2 diabetic, sorry. And he's eating this way, and it's definitely improved his counts. And I have a few friends as well. New Start really helped me understand the benefits of sunshine and vitamin D. In those lectures, they would talk about it, but you really don't get it until you're out and about in the sunshine. And the 20-minute walks that they requested at New Start is a perfect amount of sunshine. It turns out that's exactly what my doctor recommended.
Oh, you want me to do this thing?
Yeah, go for it.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Take one.
Temperance to me is completely avoiding things that are harmful.
Taking care of our body, listening to our body,
and using in moderation the things that are good.
Balance is an interesting thing because probably very few of us have ideal balance. We're always struggling to have balance.
Big balance that people struggle with today, I would say above everything else, is the balance between work and the rest of their life.
One of the most common areas is too much screen time, too much media. And you know, the average person has between 4.5 and 6 hours of free time every day in this country.
People have a problem with the amount of entertainment that they're hungry for.
But the average person spends over half of their free time on screens.
As opposed to doing something that is productive and helpful, that contributes to their well-being, the well-being of their family, the well-being of society.
We also find that we lose balance in areas of sleep.
Some people sleep too much, 8, 10, 12 hours a day. That's not a good balance, but some people only get 4 or 5 hours a night.
In areas of appetite.
Many of the foods that are sold these days are designed to trigger our brain for a reward system, whether it's serotonin or dopamine or what have you. And so if people are shortchanged on their happiness in other ways, sometimes they'll turn to food or other substances to try and boost that.
Work, sleep, sugar, fat, and then alcohol, nicotine, etc.
Those are all areas where we may lose balance.
So temperance is a big topic, and if you look at every single piece of it, smoking, for example, tons of literature, drinking, tons of literature, drugs, obviously. But also in obesity, there's a lot of literature to suggest that that is a major issue.
If we get off in one area, it is more likely we're going to get off in another area, and it's like a domino effect where the whole life starts to fall apart.
The warning signs of being out of balance are
having problems with your mood, that you're having problems with your relationships.
Irritability is one of the things, lack of sleep, insomnia, anxiety, depression.
And so when you start to have aches and pains, you start to not feel good, you start to lose energy.
Well, stress, fatigue.
When you go into a stressful situation, let's just say you get depressed, you're not exercising, you're getting a lot of stress at work, your cortisol levels go up, your blood pressure may go up, your fasting heart rate goes up, you end up having physical outcomes from that.
Quite a few years ago, I saw a study of actually on mice where they put them in stressful situations. And mice that were overstressed didn't live very long. But mice that had some stress in their lives actually did quite well with that. And then an interesting thing, they took mice that had zero stress at all, and guess what? They lived the least of all of them.
There is a study that was done many years ago called the Index of Life Stresses. And they look at the things and they quantitate it. In fact, loss of a spouse was the item that gave you the most points. I think it was like 80 points. And every stressor, they would assign different points. And they said, if you achieve more than 100 or 120 points in a 12-month period of time, you had like an 80% chance of having a major disease in the next year.
We can't avoid stress, but how we manage it is very important.
I think life balance is a challenge for many, and one of the ways to really work on improving that
is making sure that we take time for adequate devotions. That will improve our frontal lobe. Even getting some nice heavenly harp music or things where we can reflect. We want to take time for reflection.
Our bodies do better when they are on a schedule, when it knows what to expect and it knows when things are coming.
If you personally struggle with intemperance and bad habits, find an accountability partner.
I think the most important thing with maintaining life balance is a strong relationship with God, because He's the one that helps us to see ourselves as we really are. I am easily self-deceived, and it's Him revealing things to me that helps me to see where I'm out of balance.
Life is like a race. Sometimes it seems like you're carrying more weight than anyone else onto the track. Your daily responsibilities, work, family. You keep it all together for a while, but then it just becomes too much. The race, well, it seems endless. But then you find yourself falling hard. So you find ways to cope, so you think. Sometimes it just seems like it's easier to stay down than to get back up again. Whatever has knocked you down, your health, habits, feelings of hopelessness, we understand. The good news is, your current circumstances don't have to define the rest of your life. We here at New Start Online want to give you the tools to help you get back up and get going again. To take one step and then another and another, until before you know it, you're on your way toward your personal best. Because we believe the race is not really about being number one. It's about what's number one in your life. So contact us for how you can get back on track and run your race better than ever before. Because it's never too late to make a new start now.
Oh, you want me to do this thing?
Yeah, go for it.
You're serious?
Yeah. Take one.
Sleep is essential for your health. In a matter of days, if you're not sleeping enough, your brain starts to self-destruct.
Your brain actually comes out to play when you go to sleep. Toxins are being washed out of the nervous system. There's actually some pumping activity of that circulation going on, and so we are getting rid of the toxins and we are ready for a new day of new neurotransmitter activity in our brain.
Sleep is, critical. We mentioned earlier about how when you sleep, your body does housekeeping.
There are different stages of sleep that restore and rebuild.
During the night when we sleep, the brain has an opportunity to weed out some of the things that we don't need to remember, to organize the things that we need to remember, and then store it from the short term into the long-term memory.
So that's why people that don't get enough sleep or actually get too much sleep don't have good memory formation. They tend to be more forgetful, tend to have more anxiety, those kinds of things also.
The average individual, if they're a female, needs 7 hours and 30 minutes of sleep per night, and if they're a male, they need 10 minutes more on average.
If you are waking up tired and you fall asleep during the day, it means that somehow at night you're not getting enough rest.
If you go much past 8, like to 9 or 10, then too much sleep actually can be counterproductive as well.
You never can fully catch up when you're sleep deprived.
If you don't sleep for 2 days in a row, the studies show that it takes about 4 days to actually start feeling normal, but you never recover from the damage that occurred.
If you don't get enough sleep, your immune system is going to suffer.
All the stress hormones go up when you don't sleep. So the adrenaline, the norepinephrine, the cortisol, all of these alarm stress chemicals go up.
And there's been studies that have done that showed that when people get an immunization, we can measure antibody levels after the immunization. People who have gotten good sleep in the days before their immunization have higher antibody levels as a result of that vaccination than those that did not get enough sleep.
The data shows that you can die faster from lack of sleep than lack of food.
In the hours before midnight, you have slow wave sleep. Delta sleep is what we call it. It's the type of sleep that's associated with growth hormone. Growth hormone used to be thought of as sort of like the holy grail of youth, okay, the fountain of youth. So when you're sleeping more before midnight, you're getting more growth hormone, you're actually feeling better, and that sleep before midnight is worth much more than the hours of sleep that you get after midnight.
Early to bed, early to rise is the best sleep-wake cycle because we make more melatonin that way, which is one of the rejuvenating effects of adequate rest.
So you want to sleep in the dark, because when you sleep in the dark, it actually improves your melatonin production. And so sleeping with no lights on, the alarm clock isn't shining in your face, you don't have the light on in the bathroom or the hallway, that actually improves your melatonin.
The sooner we can go to bed after the sun sets with our natural circadian rhythms in our brain, the better our bodies respond and the better the quality of the sleep that we get.
Set the circadian rhythm first thing in the morning. So getting out in the bright sunshine, the blue sky, all those things help with setting our rhythm for the day so that in the evening we get the spike of what's called melatonin, which helps us to sleep. Unfortunately, as we get older, we get less and less of that melatonin, so sometimes we have to do things to help it.
Sleep is very important. Our bodies get physical rest, our brains get mental rest, and we start to heal and repair.
Poor sleep and insomnia are huge problems.
Some of the ways to combat sleep deprivation or insomnia are staying off screens and being off of media at least 2 hours before your bedtime, having a dark room.
If we don't get enough sleep, many essential and important functions don't get done, or they get done incompletely, and that affects our health in the long run.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Kuninobu. There are many diets for losing weight, some of the most popular being the paleo and ketogenic low-carb diets. While people can lose some weight on these types of regimes, unfortunately, the loss is mainly water and protein. There is no real improvement in diseases like heart disease. In fact, these diets may actually make the disease worse. A whole food plant-based diet, on the other hand, improves not just weight, but helps prevent, stop, and even reverse lifestyle diseases like heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, and high cholesterol. So why don't you try a plant-based diet today?
Have you ever walked into your house and just found yourself lifted off your feet as your nose catches a whiff of freshly baked bread in the oven? There's nothing quite like it. Ever had that same experience walking into a butcher's or a fishmonger's? Probably not. It's almost as if we've been hardwired to like certain foods, whereas others have just been habit and tradition. If we go back in time to when man was first created, his diet was quite simple. And no, it wasn't because Adam and Eve hadn't yet figured out just how to roast beef, but rather these foods were unnecessary. For people that were likely perfect, likely far bigger than us, stronger than us, and faster than us, a plant-based diet was sufficient. And all the science today tells us that nothing has really changed in that regard. It's almost as if the ideal diet that God gave man and woman at the beginning of time is still the ideal diet that He gives to us today. The reality is that if you and I want to make significant and lasting changes to our bodies, we need to start with what we put into our bodies, the fuel. And just as you'd want to make sure that you're putting the right fuel into your car, so we ought to be putting things into our bodies that they were designed to work with. Otherwise, just like your vehicle, you're going to find yourself breaking down more times than not. And before you know it, you'll be in the human auto shop looking at some very pricey repairs. Thankfully, maintaining the machinery that God gave us is quite simple. Take a loaf of bread, for example. Sure, you can just add the whole kitchen sink to the ingredients list. Your sugars and your oils, your potassium bromates, your chlorines and your calcium peroxides. Honestly, the list goes on and on. Or you can just keep it simple. Flour, water, yeast, a little salt, pop it in the oven for a while and voila! You know, there's more religion in a good loaf of bread than many people think. Keep it simple, endure the heat, have a little patience, and before you know it, you'll find yourself growing far beyond what you ever thought was possible. Just as you were lifted off your feet as you smelt that freshly baked bread at home, so we hope you'll be lifted off your feet once again at the return of Jesus Christ, the bread of life.
When I go home for like breaks, I can tell there's a difference between like Weimar's spiritual atmosphere and the one I have like in my own church even. But I feel like it's definitely helped my spiritual like relationship with God, because it's like the focus here. It's like spiritual, your relationship with God and then academics here.
Every teacher really emphasizes that, and they always pray before class and almost always have a Bible connection.
I like how there's like week of prayer and all sorts of things. They emphasize it, but it doesn't feel like you're choking on it almost.
Being vegan.
Physical health.
Having
healthy social relationships.
We're
always walking. Always.
Health. Lots of health. You know, those early morning runs with the dorm at 5:30. You know, you might think like, you know, today it's really cold. No, you're gonna be out there getting exercise, getting healthy, walking to breakfast, walking. Anyways, but it's good. It's good. I'm sure I've been benefited by this.
When you go on a mission trip, you see God work. It's not just seeing some new place and eating some different food. It's about relieving pain. It's about relieving suffering.
During the morning, we did health expos. We started off the first couple of days with children health expos, and then we moved on to doing adult health expos.
Weimar's motto is to heal a hurting world. We went there with an objective, hoping to alleviate suffering, whether that was physical or mental or spiritual.
Diarrhea is a common cause of death. In fact, 10,000 children die every year, and just hand washing can reduce that by almost 50%. One of the most memorable experiences for me was working with the kids during the health expos and seeing their excitement to do the hands-on portion of learning about water and how it affects their bodies.
We saw over 1,200 patients through the clinic. That's amazing that, you know, over 1,200 people found some relief from the suffering in their lives. You know, whether that was seeing a dentist and getting a tooth pulled, or seeing a doctor and getting some help for the pain, or getting a pair of glasses. I'll let Jahan tell you about the guy with the glasses.
I was testing him with his glasses and his eyesight, and he had awful eyesight. And when he saw that he could read the words on a page, his face just lighted up, and he said to me, "Thank you so much. I'm now able to read my Bible." And one of the important lessons I learned there was how we are to be hands and feet of Jesus wherever we go.
Oh, good job.
You ready to hike in this? You made it.
the evenings, we would have nightly meetings, and that lasted 10 days. And what we did every single meeting was we started off with songs, and then we did some health talks to educate the people how to live healthier lifestyles. Then we moved on to practical health demos, some of which were cooking demos, others were hydro, and lots more. And then we also ended with spiritual talks.
In addition, we would also provide a children's program in which we focused on the life of Jesus to bring how Jesus can impact and live in the children's lives. The first night we had about 8 kids, and then that number doubled, and by the end we had over 80 kids.
It was so nice to see. This one night I just walked in, I got out of the minibus, and there were these kids ready, waiting for me at the back of the church, and they were singing just by themselves. I didn't prompt them, but they were just singing all the scripture songs, and it was nice to see that God was sowing those seeds in their hearts.
For the main program, I think the best part for me was the last night in which I saw people give their lives to Jesus, and I decided to make the same decision with them.
We had a decision night where we were asking people to make decisions, and there were 100 people who made decisions that they wanted to let Jesus be the Lord of their lives. And then there was over 100 that made decisions that they wanted to talk to somebody about baptism. That was incredible.
The most important thing I learned is that God can use our inadequacies as long as we're willing. I was very insufficient for the job before me, but yet God was still able to use me.
There were a lot of moments where I was discouraged, and I thought, Lord, I don't know how we're going to bring these people to you. I don't know what we're going to do. But when we place our trust in Him, He just directs our path, and that was such a neat thing to see.
You know, Jesus said, what you have done unto the least of these, you have done it to me. And so I think one of the reasons mission trips are so powerful is it's an opportunity to relieve the suffering of Christ. It's an opportunity to relieve the suffering of human beings who have so little. When you visit these places and these homes of these people, I mean, they are so impoverished. They have so little. And they appreciate when you help them like this. So if God leads you, I would definitely encourage you to be in the hands of Christ and help alleviate some of that suffering in the world.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Galland. Did you know the Harvard Alumni Study shows that moderate exercise decreases the risk of stroke? The researchers cited walking as a very effective form of exercise for stroke reduction. Go for a walk today.
Through the years that I wanted to become just vegetarian, period. But it was hard trying to let go of the animal products. And so I was eating sugar, I was eating cheese here and there, and finally decided that, I didn't decide. I found out that I had a terminal illness, and I was told that they couldn't do any more treatment for me. I had had surgery, I had had several rounds of chemo, and I really was not doing well. I had fluid on the bottom part of my lung that I couldn't really breathe, so I insisted that they would do some testing because the doctor kept saying, "You're fine, you look well." Finally was able to get tested and found out that I have ovarian cancer. They did the surgery, they did the chemo, and by talking to my son-in-law that had gone to Weimar, he had mentioned that it would be a good idea to go. So when I was told that I could not have any more treatment because I was developing allergies to it, I decided, okay, I'm not looking for a cure, but I'm looking for a healthier lifestyle. So before going to Weimar, I could barely walk 30 feet without getting short of breath, very tired, and very, very depressed. I didn't realize how depressed I was. At New Start, I learned a lot of good habits, I learned to walk, number one, and be able to get some good fresh air early in the morning. Also, the eating habits, healthier choices. I would choose healthier breads if I do eat a bread. More balanced meals. And I've been able to share it with my neighbors and my family members and friends. They just can't believe that I am sick, because they look at me and they say, no, you don't look sick at all. You look just as healthy as can be. I happened to find one of my neighbors that was walking by herself, and she asked me if I was going to go for a walk, and we connected and started walking together. We just kept increasing my length of the walk, and now I'm doing 6 miles. Get up early in the morning, breathe fresh, clean air, like we did at New Start at Weimar. And this friend of mine, now it's become my friend, she was my neighbor. She's been able to follow my advice that I had learned from Weimar, and she's lost 20 pounds, doing the 4 miles with me in the morning, and enjoying friendship that it wouldn't have developed if I had not started the walking program at Weimar. I think that the lifestyle that New Start teaches you is something that will give you years to live, much, much longer than just continuing the same bad habits that we have. So I want to thank New Start for giving me a better life.
It almost feels impossible to have enough words to describe what Weimar Academy is. Let me paint a picture for you, a small glimpse. I was terrified. I thought my first day of Weimar Academy was going to be the last day of my life. I'd never been so nervous. I walked through those doors, and it seemed like all those kids belonged but me. It's safe to say that feeling was short-lived. Everyone was so kind and inviting. It was only a matter of time until these people became my closest friends. We got up to all sorts of things. Academy was more than just a classroom. It was discovering in the garden, exploring in the wilderness, and our community. It felt like TCI did even more for me than what we were doing for them. We struggled at times, but we learned from our mistakes, and I learned that true friends were there through it all, good times and bad. Academy gave us the chance to see God for ourselves, and together. Then the opportunity to choose Him. and share him in places far from home. And now, our time here is coming to a close. These moments and the lessons that they carry will be with us forever. It was in the way we interacted and how we were treated. Weimar Academy is proving God right.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Gallant. Did you know when caffeine is combined with a dopamine-stimulating event, it can create lifelong habits? The release of dopamine is triggered by things like sugar, fat, carbonation, intense flavors and aromas, and pleasing sights and sounds. Specialty coffees often contain large amounts of sugar, fat, and appealing flavors and aromas. This can turn an occasional coffee drinker into an addicted, repeat customer. So instead of another cup of caffeine, why not grab a bottle of water? With 0 calories, natural minerals, and no side effects, it's a good habit worth repeating.
November the 8th, Thursday morning. We wake up and it just looked like a beautiful morning, but in fact, the town was on fire.
Where we lived was at the top of a ridge, and where we had to go was at the bottom of that ridge. Generally a 10-minute drive to get to the next town.
And there was a tree that was on fire, the grass was on fire, the truck was on fire, and I knew there was a propane tank behind that house. So I said, Carl, we have to leave here. We have to turn around.
And so for the next 4 hours, we were driving through the fire. We were driving through people whose cars were falling apart, some on fire, people walking, people running. All sorts of things was going on. As time went on, I don't know how long it was, a day or something, that we finally found out that our address was one of the ones that was destroyed.
Carl is a very quiet man. He doesn't talk about his feelings a lot. And the stress was building up. We didn't know how much the stress was building up.
I had a stroke and I was in a hospital for 23 days.
Carl was absolutely unresponsive when we got to the hospital, but they were able to save his life. It is something very dramatic to watch your husband of 48 years and not know whether he is going to survive.
After the stroke, one of the biggest things was that was my vision.
He was just terrified to be in the car with me. Now, a lot of men are terrified to have their wife drive. That wasn't it. It was his vision that had been disturbed because of the stroke.
My eyes were not working together. They would see, they'd see a car come, but once that car would get to a certain period or a certain distance, it would then move over to the right side and would be coming straight at us, driving along.
And as he would see these vehicles come and look like they were going to hit us head on, he said, Shirley, I just can't do this.
My wife knew about not this place, but Weimar, and that's where I ended up.
When he went to have his first blood draw here, they could not get the needle in any place, and they had stuck him all over the place. And the same thing happened when he was in the hospital.
They needed to bring in one of their specialists to get the blood out of my system.
Usually I'm the one stick wonder. You know, get me the hard sticks, I get you one stick, you know, after they've been stuck several times. But so I thought I was going to get him, like one stick. I wound up trying 5 times, and I seen that he was hurting. So I said, Mr. Greer, we got to stop. You know, we can't just keep poking you all day. Your veins aren't out. He was so swollen.
After the word got to the doctors and so on, they told me that what I needed to do was drink a lot more water than I was drinking.
But when he had been here a few days and he'd been drinking the water and the water began to work, we were driving and he said, wait a minute, I don't need to put my glasses on. I don't think I need to put my glasses on.
My vision began to come back is what it was. And we were out on the road again. And that's where I realized that things had changed, because we were driving down the same road and the cars were doing what they were supposed to do, stay in their lane.
when I seen him the second time for the second blood draw 2 weeks after I tried, I assumed he had his blood drawn somewhere else. He says, no, we didn't get it done anywhere else. We wanted to go through the program, follow the health principles, drink the water.
So I'm looking around. I didn't watch him. I didn't have to. I just knew it was going to happen. But I heard him say, he said, he says, well, will you look at that? The blood was flowing. It was just flowing, and he's going 1, and I didn't even look. I don't know what he did, but he counted 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then it was all done, just like that. He had his 4 vials.
Without water, I believe I would have lost my husband sooner or later. The condition of his blood was so thick that it really impacted everything in what he could do and how he was feeling.
Yeah, water was number one. It was a big part of what took place, and it has not been dehydrated since then. I have not stopped drinking water since then because I know what was necessary. Me and water get along really well.
I think because we want students to be more interactive. I mean, when you see young people nowadays, everyone's head is just down, they're just on their phone, and that's not really life. So we want them to experience life to the fullest, and the best way to do that is by giving of ourselves to other people. So eliminating the phone makes that easier.
I think the policy on phones, not having phones, allows for genuine connection with the people you're around. Without having that added distraction, you're able to have really good conversations and interact with your fellow classmates and staff and everyone that's at the school. So.
I mean, there's a strong emphasis on health, both physical health and mental health, and also I think social interaction. You know, wanting people to develop really good friendships. I think you're far more likely to come back to a school if you have people there that you love. So we want to try and make as many opportunities for you to love people as possible.
It's a long day, but you learn how to fit everything in.
For me, I personally think it's better. If I have a lot of free time, I often don't use it the best. So when I have less time to do stuff almost, I would say I feel more motivated to get things done.
I feel like as a dorm student, you get a little bit more integrated into the schedule. Like, let's say it's the first month of school as a village student, you might be spending more time away from the campus than you would as a dorm student, where you are sleeping next to your classmates in like this in the dorm, which is like like 200 feet, but not 200 feet. Like, okay, forget about that. But yeah, it's nice.
You get used to it. At first, it feels like you're in the military, but honestly, as you keep on doing it every day, you'll get used to it, and you know, time flies even if you're not having fun. But time does fly.
Because it's generally healthier. Usually if the food is plant-based and organic, then you're dealing with healthier foods that are better for your body and better for your mind. And in a school that demands a lot from your body and your mind, I think that's important.
We want to promote health of the frontal lobe and health of the body in general. And we have counsel from God that a plant-based diet is the ultimate fuel for our bodies, and there are lots of studies and science to back that up as well.
If we just go to Daniel chapter 1, we realize that Daniel and the Hebrews, they just wanted to have that vegan diet, and at the end they were 10 times smarter. So we want you guys to be 10 times smarter.
They're normal people.
Yeah.
Like anyone else.
My first day here, Krista fell asleep on my shoulder during week of prayer. I had no idea who she was. So I definitely thought that the people here are definitely more outgoing than other places.
They're super friendly. Like, my first day of school, like, I already had kind of like a friend group, and yeah, I just really like the environment here.
I would say there is definitely homeschooler vibes of awkwardness. I don't know how, like, you know, people who are like, have never talked to people for more than 10 minutes besides my mom and dad. So they're getting used to it. But after a couple of weeks of school, we start getting to know each other better.
Yeah, there's a lot of different personalities here, and there will be some that you get along with, some that you don't. But I think as a whole, everybody gets along together.
No.
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 No,
No.
but that might
Not
just
really.
be because I talk to a lot of people all the time.
It might take a bit, like maybe a week or so, obviously, if you're a little bit shy, but there's people that are like you at school. So you'll find them
Yeah.
probably.
For like the first day, the moment you get there, you're kind of just observing. By the second day, you kind of like talk to like half of the school by then, because they just put us in so many opportunities where they force you to talk and kind of force you to communicate to each other. So yeah.
No, I mean,
Not
like,
really.
yeah, you're going to have trouble if you're trying to be an obnoxious person. Like, if you go out there and you're trying to kick everyone's shins, maybe you might have a hard time, but otherwise it'll be fine.
It's definitely different from my last school, but it's not that restricting.
At times, especially those coming from a homeschooled background or backgrounds where they have more free time, having a 9-hour day is a big change. So there is kind of a constriction of not exactly just not being able to do anything, but not having free time to be able to do other things you want to do, but more focused just on what we're doing all together here.
I mean, I like to see it as the long game, how it's important to us in the long run. So I can't really say so. That's just me.
Oh, you want me to do this thing?
Yeah, go for it.
You're serious?
Yeah. Take one.
Sunlight has a lot of positive effects on our health, more than we ever realized before.
They have found that sunlight can actually lower your blood pressure. But if you have low blood pressure and you get out in the sun, it can actually raise your blood pressure.
There's a number of psychiatric diseases that are tied to sun and lack of sun. So there's something called seasonal affective disorder, SAD, interesting name for it, that happens almost exclusively in people in the wintertime who are not getting enough sun exposures.
It actually is responsible for chemical changes in our system, for something as simple as our circulation. It's not just getting out and exercising, but the actual sunlight itself can make chemical changes such as nitrous oxide that helps to dilate our arteries and help our circulation.
Sunlight's important to activate certain hormones in your body like vitamin D. And vitamin D is an integral part of cholesterol metabolism, of disease prevention, specifically colon cancer is one common example of sunlight prevention. So getting a certain amount of sunlight every day whenever possible is very important for mental health as well as for physical health.
Lots of things factor into how much sunlight a person should have.
And the reason for that is because people come in different hues, right? Their skin's different, they live in different parts of the world. All of these things affect the amount of sunlight that you need to be exposed to.
If you are dark skinned, you're gonna need more sunlight. If you are very fair skinned, less sunlight.
But 20 minutes a day, several times a week would be a minimum if at all possible.
I think the biggest risk without sunlight is the effect it has on mental health and our immune system.
There's a lot of research studies on the benefits of sunlight, but also avoiding the extremes. So again, it's such a wide body of literature that I think the standard is pretty clear that a modest amount of sunlight every day is adequate, but overdoing it is very dangerous.
I actually am not an advocate of sunblock when we haven't been in the sun.
Expose the majority of your skin to full sunlight without the sunblock for probably about 20 minutes a day. Maybe you could go up to 30 maximum. Then after that, put on the sunblock.
Now, where I would recommend it is to avoid the sunburn. So get enough to get your vitamin D, but when your skin starts changing color and you know that it's past the time and you're going to get burned, you want to avoid that because sunburns can turn into cancer 20 years later.
In terms of your risk of cancer, you don't want to be out in the sun during the hottest part of the day, which is typically around 10 to 2. That's when the sun is the highest, you get the most ultraviolet rays. So it would be good to get your sun at times other than that, so earlier in the morning or later in the afternoon where the sun is not as high, not as hot, and it's better for your skin.
Sunlight is incredibly important for our health, not only to set our circadian rhythms, but I think all of us understand how vitamin D is an incredibly important vitamin for our health.
There's been so much information regarding vitamin D in the immune system, vitamin D in mental health, and of course that's where we get it from, is from the sun.
Vitamin D also plays a role in blood sugar, and it helps to control that. It also helps our immune system to work better. Vitamin D is an antioxidant, so it actually protects us.
Vitamin D tablets will ostensibly replace your vitamin D if you take enough, okay? But again, sunlight is more than just vitamin D. And since the sunlight is more than vitamin D, you should get sunlight.
This study looked at sunlight exposure and COVID-19, but in a way that these latitudes were so high up that there was no way people could be getting enough vitamin D with the sunlight exposure that they were getting. They were still noticing that sunlight exposure, even at those high latitudes, was improving mortality in COVID-19. So what does that tell me? That tells me that sunlight is doing something more than just vitamin D.
When you have enough vitamin D, the sunlight will actually destroy the active form of vitamin D in your skin so you don't overproduce it. It's actually a perfect autoregulator.
But there are many more benefits from the sun than just vitamin D.
So sunlight help us with our immunity, with our mood, with our ability to destroy bacteria and so forth.
That if you don't get sunlight, all of your cells in your body will move in the direction of cancer.
We have enough evidence that vitamin D is not just a vitamin that sometimes you'll find in food. It's actually a hormone. It is involved in many interactions and reactions in the body.
We know for a fact that people that are low on vitamin D don't fight infections as well. They are more prone to COVID, and they're more prone to more serious forms of COVID.
We need to have a proper balance with the right amount of sunlight to make sure our bodies have vitamin D to work and avoid the overexposure that can lead to many different types of skin cancer.
And not having enough vitamin D is a serious problem. It's a deficiency that can cause a plethora of different kinds of diseases.
Sunshine is essential for your health.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nedley. Did you know that without air, we all would die within minutes? Fresh air improves longevity and is healthy to the immune system, lungs, gastrointestinal tract, and heart. It is also healthy for the brain, improving learning and memory and increasing a sense of security and well-being. The air is most fresh in the outdoors by moving water, such as an ocean surf or waterfalls, or after a long rain shower or thunderstorm. Additional freshness is found around outdoor greenery, especially when close to evergreens and out in expansive green spaces. Being in the outdoors has been shown to improve or prevent 15 different diseases, including anxiety and depression. Why not go outside and take in deep breaths of fresh air today?
Now, the average life expectancy varies depending on where you live and the life.
Adjust this, or if I should just leave it. All right. I want to welcome all of you here this evening. My name is Laura Crum. I'm the principal here. Smiles and hugs and notes and flowers sometimes, and I just thank you for sharing them with us. I want to just highlight a couple details. We have water tables on each end here, so throughout the weekend, hopefully they'll stay full most of the time. There also are some programs on each table if you want to take one and keep it for the weekend. For your family, we'll probably have some additional people come in on Sabbath and Sunday, and that will leave some copies for them. Also, families of seniors. If you may have noticed this already, but in the parking lot, there is a designated parking space for each senior's family with a beautiful design for your family name. So I encourage you to take a look at that, and that spot will be saved for one car from your family. And if you have an additional car, you can go ahead and try to find a parking spot too, but the ones that are designated for the families are special. I thank you, the students that took care of those and made those beautiful artwork on them. We've had some problems with mosquitoes the last week or so, so we did put some bug spray on each of the tables, and feel free to use that if you feel like you need it. Hopefully it won't be too much of a problem for us in here. It's usually worse kind of down in the trees. As we get going in the program, each senior is going to be sharing this evening a special tribute to their family, their parents, and so when they come up to share their tribute, we just invite that you as parents stand while they're speaking to you, and then you may sit down when they're finished, and they'll give you a gift, a flower. All right, so we will have our songs here pretty soon and get started with our evening. Happy Sabbath.
Good evening. Our first hymn this morning will be hymn number 1. This evening. 624. I want Jesus to walk with me. Please stand. You may be seated.
I think this is the live one, yeah. So nice to see so many for the Weimar Academy graduation for the class of 2023. This is a special class. One of the advantages of working at a small institution is that I've gotten to know each of the graduates. I actually know them all by name. I can say their name when I see them and when I come across them, and we can have dialogues about a lot of different things. And I can tell you that for those of you that are related to these 13 graduates, you have a lot to be proud about. These are great students, and it's a great time to celebrate. I've often wondered why it is that high school graduations get celebrated more intensely than graduations that might be more, seemingly more important. You know, for instance, anyone want to guess what % of people actually graduate from high school in America? 99%? It's not that high. It's not that high. It's about 91% that graduate from high school. Now that's including everybody. You know, there are people with learning disabilities and people with, you know, that aren't really capable of graduating from high school. And then there are those that drop out due to drugs and other issues. And so it's about 91% of Americans will graduate from high school. When it gets to a bachelor's degree in college, what percent actually graduate from college? Anyone know what that percentage is? 45, 75, 65, 25. I haven't heard it yet. It's about 38%. And so less than half of Americans will actually earn a bachelor's degree in a college setting. Now, knowing these 13 young people, I think they're going to beat that percentage among this group. These 13 could actually do far better than just a bachelor's degree. Now, when it gets past that, master's degree is even less. And when you get to a doctorate level, you're down to less than 5% of society that are going to be at that level, either PhD or an MD or a Juris Doctor or that sort of thing. So you might wonder, why the celebration when everybody graduates from high school? Anyone want to say why? Why the celebration? Because they survived. All right. Yes, survived elementary and middle school and junior high and high school. That's something to be completed. Kind of 12 years. It's a longer period of time. If you do kindergarten and preschool, even longer. Any other reasons? Yeah, at this time the kids overall are still at home, and when home leave comes, they actually go home in general. And so they're tied to home, but after college or after high school, this is kind of the official entry into adulthood. We talk about being an adult age 18, and that kind of coincides around that age is when the adulthood occurs, and this is when they start making their own choices. I don't know if you parents are going to be different than as far as my parenting experience, but I did not get to choose the intimate lifetime mate for my children. That was an adult decision that they made for themselves. Now, if they would have made that at age, in high school, I would have been able to make that decision for them. And there's a lot of other adult decisions that are being made. Many students, although I wasn't one of those students, and my boys were not one of those students, my boys wanted to go to different colleges than where they ended up going. And I told them they had the full right as adults to go to that college if they could find a way to go through and pay for that college. And I told them, get scholarships, get whatever you'd like. But then when they realized that there was only one college that they would get paid for, then they decided to go to the college where they could get that payment from. By the way, all of them have thanked me for that decision now. They're very happy with where they went to college and all of that aspects of things, and they're very glad that they didn't go to some of the places they wanted to go. But nonetheless, often academy students that are graduating are making that decision on their own. And there's a lot of other decisions that will come their way. And so we're kind of celebrating that transition from being dependent on parents to less dependent on parents. And I think that's one of the reasons why high school graduations tend to be a great celebration. Now at Weimar, the celebration is even greater than often in high school graduations. Maybe they'll have bigger parties or more hoopla at some other graduations. But you don't get to go to very many graduations where you get to hear from the students. Many times they're just like cattle. They come up, they receive their diploma, and they sit back down. And you might hear from the high school president, maybe, but most graduations you're not even going to hear from that. And it's just an attendance for a ceremony, and that's it. But you're going to be able to hear a lot about their experiences this weekend. You're going to hear a lot also about their families this weekend, which I'm looking forward to tonight. I am, once again, I'm very proud of these 13 graduates. They all could become whatever they decide to become. They have that ability, and we have much to be thankful for. Before we open our service tonight with prayer, I would like to, just last week, the Weimar magazine came out, and there's a section there on the Academy, a full 4 pages, and also more if you look at it. and you can learn about the varied aspects of this small institution. It's the most complex small institution that you might ever come across because of all the different facets. And so if you would like to learn more about Weimar or have that Weimar magazine, we'd like to have at least one per family. Just raise your hands, and we have people in the back that will distribute that Weimar magazine. And some of you might have already gotten it since it's been out for a whole week. And so you can see our gentleman coming to the front. Raise your hands if you would like a Weimar magazine. Okay, I see a number of hands going up. And while that is being distributed, Weimar Academy class of 2023 has, like many classes, has officers. And after the prayer tonight, you'll be hearing from the officers for a special announcement that they will be giving us. And then we'll go into each of the 13. I believe are all 13 speaking tonight? Okay, so all 13 will be speaking tonight in regards to their expressions here, and also their thoughts towards you, your family, their family here for this celebration. So let's pray, bow our heads and pray as we begin. Father in heaven, we want to lift up these 13 soon-to-be graduates and alumni of Weimar Academy. We want to thank you for how you have led the faculty and staff to exemplify your teaching methods. We want to thank you for the counsel that you've given us on how to educate with that great masterpiece that you inspired, the book Education, that is still being given accolades by top educators throughout the world. And we want to thank you for an institution like Weimar that is unapologetically biblical and uncompromisingly scientific. And we now pray your special blessing upon this entire weekend of festivities. May you bless each aspect. May you put a blessing in each song. May you bless us with the words that these students say, and that the words that are said in counsel to the students, may these go with them throughout their lives, and may they be great representatives of you, and may more souls be in the kingdom as a result of these 13 spreading the news of your gospel and your teaching methods in those they come in contact with. We thank you for hearing and answering this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
The class verse that we chose this year is Psalms 56:11. It reads, "In God I trust and am not afraid. What can man do to me?" We chose this verse because through the years, here at Weimar Academy, whether we have been here 1 year or all 4 years, we have all had to learn to trust in God.
We based our class motto off of our class verse. Our motto is, "In God we trust." There have been so many ups and downs in our class, whether it's uncoordinated events or last-minute changes. We as a class have learned to put our trust in God and trust that wherever He leads is where we need to go.
For our class gift, we decided to give the school hymnals. This gift idea came about from the need that we saw due to the deteriorating condition of the hymnals at Weimar Academy. This decline in quality is due to the extensive use of them. At Weimar, music, especially singing, is a fundamental part of our time here. And we want the Academy to be able to give God the glory to the best of their abilities for many years to come.
For special music, my brothers and I will be singing "Let the Words of My Mouth."
was lovely, whatever was worthy. Think on these things. Think on these things.
Let the words of my mouth be pleasing to you, pleasing to you.
Abraham Lincoln once declared, "Love is the chain whereby to bind a child to his parents." I am extremely blessed to be strongly linked to my parents. Although at times I have pulled away from you guys, looking for more freedom, I realize that you both have always wanted what is best for me. You have shown me how love and forgiveness can hold a family together. Mama, you have been such an example of love and strength. You have dealt with so much, and yet you are so enduring. You are our family's rock. We wouldn't be here without your patience. I know the last 3 years have been tough for our family, but it has been even harder for you. I am so thankful to the Lord that you are here with us today. As I grew up, you didn't just teach me life principles. You also showed me through your example what a godly mother is. You taught me to love reading. Sometimes I'll just be lying in bed and my thoughts will wander back to the days when it was just us three. Riding Papa's back to bed as you came behind singing, "Here comes Mama to eat you up and fry you up with butter, yup and up, but up." And you have no idea how hard it was to find a way to spell that last word. We share precious memories. You have always been there for me. Thank you. I pray every day that we can spend many more years together. Papa, I love spending time with you, whether we are driving through the mountains or swimming in an ice-cold lake like two polar bears, or standing at the top of a mountain, feeling like we are on top of the world. You have taught me so much about nature with your attention to every little flower and every little animal track. I specifically remember our first backpacking trip, me with my little Thomas the Train backpack, which you carried the entire way as I crept along moaning about how my little 6-year-old legs were falling off. You taught me to be tough. You've taught me practical skills in construction. I remember you used to take me to your jobs in the bad parts of town, and I remember I would stare at people, and you would say, "Steven, stop staring." But to be honest, they were pretty scary people. But I always felt safe when I was with you. I remember even since I was really little, sitting on your lap and holding the steering wheel, feeling so big and mature. And for the record, I don't do that anymore. Those are times I will cherish for the rest of my life. And if I could be half the father you are, I'd be so blessed. Jonathan and Jeremiah. Without your evil duo, my life would be very dull. I am glad you share my love of history and airplanes. We have been best friends and we have been arch enemies. But I hope we continue growing closer in the future. We have been through thick and thin together as a family, and you guys have supported me through it all. I love you and appreciate all you have done for me. I hope I can be to you what you have been to me.
Eu te amo.
How many times do we say the words, I love you? Since I tell you these words often, my speech can't be as groundbreaking as one from someone who's never said these 3 words to their parents. Or can it? Do they ever lose their meaning? I suppose I'll find out if Mom starts crying. Mãe, como posso te agradecer? How can I thank you? Even harder, how can I tell you without sounding like every other parent tribute there has ever been? You're the most admirable woman I have in my life. You were willing to leave your homeland, your parents and siblings in Brazil, to come over to an entirely new country, all because you love Dad. You tried your hardest to learn one of the most confusing languages on this earth, English, and this was before we had smartphones, let alone Google Translate. You went through the loss of your first child without even finding out their gender. I wasn't supposed to be born either. About 6 years passed, and even though they were great bonding times for you as a couple, you still wanted a child. You had something going on where it was more challenging for you to have kids. Then Dad finally said, okay, Tanya, you want a child? I'll give you a child. And you believe it was on that very day you got pregnant. You thought at first maybe you weren't pregnant after all since you got your period, but lo and behold, God held me on. I can't do justice in explaining how excited you felt or how much you loved to hold me. I wish I could play all those audios you sent me while I was researching for this parent tribute. Did you figure out it was for this? I never told you. You even asked why. Obrigada, mãe. Obrigada por ter me segurado. Obrigada por ter me beijado. Obrigada por ter me ensinado a ser uma mulher, não só uma menina, mas uma mulher que ama a Deus. Você não tem ideia o quanto eu te amo. Mãe, eu te amo. Look, she's crying. I'm crying. Pai, tem tanto que eu quero falar. There's so much I want to say. Your story's like Mom's, having to come to the weirdest country on this planet. The only difference is that a woman becomes a mother the first time she finds out she has a baby and feels its little kicks. I will never, ever be a father, but from what I've heard, a man truly becomes a father the first time they hold their firstborn. I'll never forget when you told me about the first time you held me. You said something like, of course I was happy when Nathan was born too, but there's something about holding your firstborn child that just isn't the same with the rest of your children. Sorry, bro. It makes being the firstborn perfectly fine. I'll always remember how you cried that one time we were in the chicken coop, of all places. I was about to leave for Weimar pretty soon. We were hugging, just talking about life. And when you told me how much you were going to miss me, how much you loved me, I heard the tears in your voice. That hit me harder than ever. Pai, obrigado por ter estado ali por mim, me guiando, me guardando, me ajudando. Não sei se seria quem sou hoje se não fosse por você estando ali, dizendo para mim que se eu quero algo, eu tenho que ir atrás. Nunca vou poder dizer o quanto amo você. Pai, eu te amo. He's also about to cry. Nathan, I'm out of time, but you've been the best brother I could ask for, and you've been there for me in so many ways. Eu te amo. He's not crying. It doesn't matter if my speech is one of 100,000 others that sound just like it. I love you never changes. There's just no other way to say it. Mãe, pai, Nathan, eu te amo.
Okay, yeah, Mom, you can stand up now. It's time to be embarrassed. All right. Yep, it's me, guys. Gideon, George, your gut feeling is correct. No, don't worry. It's okay. It's not your fault. It happens to the best of us. The youngest member of the Moyo household is graduating from high school, and you are both officially old now. Mom is a geriatric nurse for a reason, and she knows what she's doing, so you'll be in good hands. I liked it here. I learned things here. I learned to think, to work, to grow. I learned to run hard, to refuel effectively, for strength and not for drunkenness, to rest well. I learned how to search the scriptures, to defend my faith, to cling to the Lord. I liked it here. Mom, Dad, thank you for sending me here. Now, there are many things to be heard at Weimar Academy, and honestly, some of it can stay. I won't name any names because I feel that would be unfair to Joshua Maeda, Marcus Bennett, Hugh Melador, Luke Lado, Lex? And no, I did not forget about you, Tyler Cetian. I will say that some of it really sticks with you. The positive things, I mean. At the academy, I heard that it is my duty to bring in the outcasts. I heard that I am, to the Lord, a blessed and wonderful thing. I heard that though we know it to be human for one to have flaws and imperfections in character, when Christ opened a channel by which we may unite ourselves with his completeness, to be one with his purpose, perfection was to become the hallmark of redeemed humanity. Most distinctly, I heard that if I was the only one sinning on the earth, that Jesus still would have come and died for me. I do not, however, believe that it ends there. Do not underestimate the extensiveness of God's concept of you. I do not need to tell you that God has been around for a long time. I also do not need to tell you that he knows the end from the beginning. But put those things together. When God spoke the sun into existence, he did so that it might cast its golden rays not onto the crust of the lifeless earth, not even that it may sustain the lives of the human race as a whole, but that it might warm your face. He made the wind to blow over you. The heavens declare the glory of God, but to who? To you, that you may know that the Lord is God, and that you may see his handiwork for the strengthening of your faith. The mountains were for you, that you may see his character, that you may see his justice high rising above. So it is with his clouds that are fountains of goodness and love. These are things that he has placed both in and about this world, sometimes the very world itself, present for the edification of your character, that you may see his love. And that is what you all have been to me. For answering a multitude of supremely irrelevant questions, thank you. For teaching me which cars are best, thank you. Toyotas, amen. For teaching me how to speak, when to speak, what to say, thank you. For your long suffering and for your tenderness, for your discipline, thank you. When God, in his wisdom, was determining which unsuspecting family of Zimbabweans he would nuke with a left field anomalous baby, deciding who would instruct the young one to righteousness, could guide him in love, he chose you, and I have been enjoying his decision. Thank you for everything. I love you.
To the best family ever, I have so much I'd like to say to you, but such a short time tonight. So I'll try my hardest to say all the things that you deserve to hear from me. Dear Mom, thank you 100 times over for all that you do for our family that you love so incredibly much. I would be privileged just to be half of what you are. Your life is one that I desire to follow. I adore your creative side and your love of flowers that you have bestowed upon me. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming down to school when I had my thyroid storm. Thank you for staying with me that whole month and making sure that I was well taken care of before you left. I know that was a sacrifice on your part to leave home and work for that month. I hope that if I become a parent, I can bestow the love on my kids that you've showed to my siblings and I. I'm sorry that I don't tell you more often, but I love you more than you'll ever know. Dear Daddy, you're the most hardworking person I know. If I have any value of hard work, I owe it all to you. Thank you for being willing to help anyone, but especially my siblings and I. I'm so grateful for you that you were always eager to help me with math last year. You were willing to help me in a heartbeat, and even though I struggle with it, you were oh so patient with me.
When I was having my thyroid storm and Mom was down with me, thank you for holding down the fort at home. I appreciate all the times that you wanted to go on an adventure with us. The memories that I have of all our hiking adventures are ones that I'll always cherish. Thank you for being the best dad that I could ever hoped for. I love you lots. Mom and Daddy, thank you for giving me one of the most incredible gifts ever, my siblings. Malia and Marcus, you guys are truly the best siblings. Marcus, you're the greatest big brother. I'm so proud when I get to tell people that you are my brother. Thank you for spending time with me even though you're busy. I'm beyond grateful for you for taking me to the hospital when I needed it most and making sure I was all right. Thank you for pushing me to do my best and to try new things even though I'm scared to. Again, you're the finest brother ever and I don't tell you enough. Love you lots. Sissy, there's so much I'd like to say to you, but I don't know where to start. I think a good place to start is to say that we're the best sissies in the whole wide world. I'm so privileged to call you my sister and to have you as my example. You are my role model as I go into college. I'm so glad that I have your footprints to follow. I will keep close to my heart all the times that we would go out for ice cream or take a drive and listen to music. You're the best big sister anyone could have ever asked for. Love you so very much. Thank you, Grandma and Grandpa B, Grandma H, and Auntie for supporting me and encouraging me throughout all my life. To all my family, you guys are the incredible gift that God has given me and more than I could have ever asked for. I love you more than words can describe.
엄마, 시간을 돌아보니 엄마의 사랑이 진심으로 뭔지 이제야 알게 되었어요. 어렸을 때 엄마가 집안일에 도움을 요청할 때마다 짜증 부리기만 하고 이걸 불공평하다고 봤어요. 그리고 몇 년 동안 이 생각만 머릿속에 남겨두었어요. 어느 날 공경에 처해서 징계를 받아야 했는데 울고 있는 저를 보고 엄마가 마음이 아파했던 모습이 기억나. 그 이후로 엄마가 얼마나 힘들었는지 생각만 하면 마음이 아파. 그래도 하나님이 마음과 눈을 열어주시지 않았다면 제가 이전보다 더 강해지기 위해 열심히 노력한 것에 감사하지 않았을 것 같아요. 엄마, 하나님의 힘을 통해서 제가 하는 모든 일에 최선을 다할게요. 그리고 엄마가 가르친 것과 같은 모범을 보이겠습니다. 독립적인 여성이 되는 법을 가르쳐줘서 고맙습니다. 엄마 사랑해요. 아빠, 제 슈퍼히어로인 거 아시죠? 어린 나이에 아팠을 때 저를 돌보기 위해 하루 동안 일하는 것을 멈췄고 그리고 아빠를 필요할 때마다 아빠는 아무 말도 없이 길을 벗어났어요. 제 감사를 말로 표현할 수가 없어요. 게다가 저는 그의 아이들을 위해 그렇게 많이 기도하는 다른 아버지를 본 적이 없어요. 하나님에 대한 아빠의 헌신 때문에 제가 삶에 대한 질문이 있거나 무언가를 깨달을 때마다 아빠는 답을 가지고 있거나 아니면 제 이해를 넓혀주셨어요. 저는 아빠가 이 작은 행동들을 통해 순수한 마음과 믿음이 얼마나 강한지 말할 수 있어요. 비록 아빠의 문제가 있지만 아빠는 항상 다른 사람들을 위해 봉사하시고 무슨 일이 있어도 행복하시잖아요. 아빠는 제가 되고 싶은 사람이에요. 하나님을 섬기고 다른 사람들을 위해 있어주고 싶어요. 사랑스럽고 배려하는 아빠의 모범을 보여주셔서 감사합니다. 아빠 사랑해요. To my brother who's not here, although time is limited, I wanted to say that I would not have requested for a better brother than you. Thank you for all the laughter and adventures.
Dad and Mom, how have you been? I've been well. In fact, I've been doing amazing, and I have to completely say that this is due to your effort and the resources that you have provided for me. I have been able to do and see so many things because of the opportunities that you have given me. And I will have to be in heaven with both of you to be able to have the time to show you my eternal gratitude. I want to take a moment first to thank my extended family, especially the Buxtons, and Uncle Walter and Aunt Dondley. I want to thank them all for the fun times that I was able to have, and I hope to make many more memories with you. I want to thank the Searle family for the influence you've had on my life. I have had a blast hanging out with you. I hope I can have lots of exciting times with you this summer and in the future. I also want to briefly thank my sister for the many times that she has helped me in school and life. Mom, you have given up so much for me, and for this I am so very thankful. You have given your all in shaping me to become a better person. Even though it may not seem like it, I deeply appreciate all the things that you do for me. The times when you have encouraged me and helped me, even though you were sick. I will cherish the memories of the time I've spent with you, and I'm grateful for all of the effort that you have put into making me a better person. Dad, I want to thank you for all of the work that you have put in for me so that I could have a future. The long hours that you have spent on call so that I could have a comfortable life and have a future and go to a good school. But I don't just want to thank you for the hours that you put into work, but also the hours that you spent with me. I want to thank you for all of the times that you hung out with me, whether that was ping pong, talking to me about mundane things I like, or giving me some of the most important life lessons that I could have ever learned. Lessons that have changed my entire worldview. But above all these things, the aspect of you that I am most grateful for is the example that you have set for me. Your patience, generosity, and most of all, your connection with God. Thank you, Dad. I want to thank both of my parents for the life that I have been able to live, for the time you guys have spent with me and brought me closer to Christ. And I just want to say, may we all have a fantastic future together. Thank you.
This evening, I want to take a moment to express my deepest thanks to two extraordinary individuals who shaped my life in ways that words cannot adequately express. Dad, you are amazing. You can do almost anything. Whatever you set your mind on doing, you can accomplish. Whether it is climbing up a 100+ foot tall tree to take it down, or creating a zip line for logs to go across a customer's lawn so that the lawn doesn't get messed up with tire marks. You have taught me that I can do anything I set my mind to. You've taught me to be tough and to have grit. There was this one time last summer when I was helping you remove a tree. We had all the limbs and brush cut out. It was just the standing log. And I was in the tree and you were in the man lift just above me. And I had the big 390 chainsaw and I was cutting off chunks of the log so that you could lift it up and out of there with the man lift. But after standing on the side of the pine tree for a while, my legs started to get really sore. And I was like, Dad, I gotta get out of here. My legs are burning. But then you're like, son, when I was your age. And so I continued to stay up there in the tree, and I cut off sections of the tree for you to take out with the crane until we decided that I was no longer needed in the tree. You've taught me what it's like to be a man, especially a godly man. And that is something I will eternally be grateful for. I love you. For my mom had an incredible skill for making even the simplest moments feel special. It was in everyday moments that I learned the true meaning of love, compassion, and the importance of cherishing the time we have with our loved ones. Though my mom is not with us, her legacy I will remember forever, guiding me and reminding me to live with love, purpose, and gratitude. To my grandparents, you have played an incredible role in shaping my life. Grandpa, I will always remember the adventures we have gone on together. Like the time when we went hiking on Sabbath morning, just after breakfast, and between you, Jeremiah, and I, we brought one orange for food. And after a long hike with no trail, just going straight through the forest and brush, we finally made it to the top of the mountain, just in time to turn around. After hiking in the dark for hours, somehow, without having food, and without eating all day, except for snow at the top of the mountain, we made it back to the house at 11 p.m. That was a lot of fun. To Grandma, your kind words, warm hugs, and homemade meals have always been appreciated and loved. The stories, lessons, and lifelong experiences that you both have taught me have provided me with a knowledge that extends far beyond the pages of any textbook. I love you both so much. To my Auntie Audrey, Uncle Julius, thank you both for everything, whether it is helping me figure out my life or driving down here just to visit. You have always been there for me. You guys have been like a second set of parents. And thank you, Heather, for all the fun things and outings we've gone on together. It's been a blast. Hadassah and Jeremiah, don't worry. I haven't forgot about you. Thank you for always being there. I love you guys. To my whole family, thank you. Will never be enough. But today, in front of everyone here, I want to say it with all my heart. Thank you for everything. I love you all more than words can express.
Dear Mom, I know I don't tell you this enough, but I really appreciate you. As I've gotten older and looked back, I've seen how much you've done for me through all the years. You've made so many sacrifices and gone through so much just so I could have a good childhood. I've made so many memories with you, so much so that it would take me ages to go through them all. But a few that stand out, though, are the times like working in the garden, in Tennessee especially, and pulling the weeds and picking and planting. Planting was my favorite. Even though it was super hot, I always had fun when we were working together. How you spent many hours trying to teach us school and make it fun at the same time and incorporate creative ways of doing that. Making sure we always had something or a fun or active to do while looking out that we didn't get too hurt. All the trail rides we went on, all the horses we trained, and all the goats we milked. These are all going to be memories that will stick with me forever. I'm really lucky to have you as a mom. You are the most amazing person ever, and you don't give yourself enough credit. Dear Dad, you've always been there for me. Whenever I needed someone to listen to me, you were always there, and I really appreciate that. You're the most patient person I've ever met, and I'm super lucky. I'm super sorry for the times that I tested that. I really appreciate you and how you always try to incorporate God into everything that you do and always try to point us in the right direction. You have always ensured that we had fun things to do, like dirt bikes or snowmobiles, regular bikes, horses, and so much more. We've made a ton of memories together. The ones that stick out the most, though, are the times that we used to go to Daytona and Panama City and build those big sand castles with the moats around them and the shells all over them. I will always have fond memories of those summers. The time in Alabama when you spent the whole afternoon making Heather and I those little doll things out of scrap lumber. That was really fun. Or when you found that little log cabin and brought it home. I don't know where you found that. Anyway,
all the times you put up with the animals and even got head butted in the knee with our sheep. You're a real trooper through all of it. Thank you. You've really set the standard for a man, a husband, and a dad, and I really thank you for all of that. Dear Heather, you're the best sister anyone could ever ask for. I love you so much, and I don't really know what I would have done without you through the years. Even though you're annoying at times, and we haven't gotten along at others, you've still been there for me. You're my best friend and always will be. I'll never forget all the memories that we've made and will make. I can't believe that we're going to college together, even though you graduated before me. That's not fair. Anyway, I will always be there for you no matter what. Don't forget that. Dear Nathaniel, you're a really sweet boy when you want to be. I believe in you. Make sure you can always keep God first and do what you're supposed to do. And to everyone else that's helped me and been there for me, I really thank you. Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, and Granddaddy, and everyone else. Thank you. I love you all so very much.
Stand up, Judith. To my parents, thank you both for your prayers, your sacrifices, and your time. Your influence in my life will never be forgotten. Mom, thank you for waking up early every morning to pray for us, and for always reminding me to trust God and ask for His guidance. You always make sure we have yummy homemade food to eat. I love your cute personality traits, some of which I possess. I never told you how much I appreciate your help with homework, even on days when you've worked an 8 to 8 shift. Thank you for putting up with me on days when I come home grumpy and tired. And thank you for taking care of me when I get sick. You are a great example of what a godly mother looks like. I love you. Daddy, thank you for always pushing me to do my best. You are someone I look up to a lot. Dad, there have been times when your unwillingness to sacrifice principle, even in difficult situations, has strengthened my faith more than any sermon could have. Thank you for checking on me every day to see if I'm doing okay. Thank you for always encouraging me to dream bigger and set high goals. As long as I can remember, you have never let me settle for small aspirations. Like the time when I was 5 years old and decided to become an ice cream girl. You asked me, how is that going to help others know about Jesus? To answer that question, truth be told, I don't know. For those of you wondering, yes, my aspirations have changed. I now desire to become an optometrist. Let's see how that goes. Daddy, I appreciate how you and Mom want us to follow career paths that will help others and introduce them to Jesus. I think you're the coolest person in the world. I love having one-on-one conversations with you to hear your insight on things. I love you. And to you both, I am very grateful for the sacrifices you have made for me. I do notice and think about them. Thank you both for prioritizing devotions and family worship. I know we usually have hour-long conversations before that, and I feel like those were times when we've made some good memories. Everything we've been through as a family, and you both have been supporting pillars to hold me up when I felt like I was going to crumble. Thank you for your patience with me. Even when I don't always agree with everything you say, you always help me understand. It is very satisfying going to bed, knowing that you both did everything you could that day to make me smile. Thank you for helping me with my homework and supporting me with all my good interests. You both have always been there for me, even when I didn't always show that love back to you. I have learned much about God's love by experiencing yours. I know our family isn't perfect, but I recognize that you tried your best to raise us, your kids, in the Lord, and I will never forget what you taught me. And to my siblings, Judith and Walden, I can't imagine my life without you. You both are my closest friends. I'm grateful we were born into the same family, although there have been times when I thought otherwise. You both are direct blessings from God. Thank you, and I love you.
I get the privilege of talking to two individuals tonight, and that's thanks to the same two people who looked at me 17 years ago and decided that I was going to be enough. I hope this is enough for you. Dad, they say you never know a good thing until it's gone. I now understand that saying. You never left me, and you were always there for me. I was the one that left. I didn't think about how that would affect you or Mom. Your only child decided that she wanted to leave home at the age of 14 and go live across the country and make memories, all without you. You have always been so involved in my life, and I can't imagine what it was like to have to let go and submit yourself and me to God's will. You taught me to be determined and let nothing get in the way of what I hear God calling me towards. You always tell me that you are proud of me and my determination and perseverance, but the truth is, I get it from you. I got the good and the bad, which means I also got your stubbornness. Sometimes it can be an attribute, but some of my friends tell me it can also be quite annoying. You have shown me what it means to have an unconditional love for a person. No matter what I've done or where I go, there's nothing in the world that could stop you from loving me. You've always wanted me to be interested in your hobbies, and it wasn't until recently that I took an interest, but I wish I had sooner. You see life through a whole different lens, literally. You cherish memories and freeze them in a frame to lengthen the joy of the moment. As we get older, I too want to cherish these moments and freeze them in a frame. I want to capture and cherish as many moments with you as possible. I love you. Mom, I can't imagine living your life. I can't even fathom the love that you have for me. You've shown it through your actions and sacrifices. My whole life, I grew up with you telling me that I was your priority, and I've seen you give up so much just for my benefit. You've shown me my self-worth and reminded me that I was worth it. I was worth all the pain and trouble. You helped me become a disciplined, independent, and self-sufficient individual. You kept me focused and grounded, and you've helped me face the reality of life so many times. Even though it hurts, I'm glad that it's you who helps me through it. I've always looked up to you and your relationship you have with God. I would see you wake up in the early morning before the sun and start talking to God. I would watch you pray and just hope that someday I could talk to Jesus the same way you do. I would watch you pray and hope that you have put so much into my future and a lot of trust in me. I want to succeed for you. Your actions have emphasized your love for me, and I don't think I was mature enough to realize it until recently. You have shown me who God really is through yourself. All that time spent trying to teach me valuable life lessons, all the tears we both shed, and your determination and persistence to educate me the right way, all of it, I will never be able to make up for. Your character has been one of the greatest examples of God's nature to me. The way you think, how you act, it's all been one great example that I am so blessed to have grown up with. I love you. To the Latos, you guys have always been family. And just like family, we've had our ups and downs, but there's nothing I wouldn't do for any of you. I love you all so much, and thank you for taking me in as one of your own, and for caring and loving me as if I was one of your own children. To all my family I was born with, and the ones that God is giving me along the way, thank you for the love and support, and for showing me, through yourselves, who God is.
I would say, without hesitation, out of your 3 kids, Nigel, Alexis, and Jerome, I have blessed you with the most gray hairs. Particularly recently, I would like to apologize for being the problem child. However, I will not apologize for being the most beautiful, amusing, and intelligent child. Although I didn't realize this before, every time we drive back onto campus, I complain about not wanting to be back. Deep down, I have always appreciated being put in an environment where I could develop a connection with God. I do not emphasize this enough. I appreciate you both, even when you think your efforts have been overlooked. Dear Dad, you're such a cool father. I look up to how you're such an intelligent and talented person. I will never comprehend how you effortlessly solve such complex math problems. On a regular basis, I wonder how those genes were never distributed into any of us. Like, where did they go? Despite being absolutely horrible at math, thank you for always motivating me to persevere in whatever I do. I know I still have a lot to learn from you. Your consideration and patience have always been evident, even when dealing with Jerome. It doesn't go unnoticed when you have always dropped everything when I am in need. I appreciate how you have always trusted me, given me the independence to make my own decisions. I will always cherish the moments when you are able to genuinely make me laugh and the times we get to be around each other. I simply enjoy being around you. Dear Mom, I have to admit we've both come a long way. You're such a motivated person. I aspire to be as put together as you. You consistently encourage me to excel academically, physically, and spiritually. Thank you for always being the first to redirect me towards my goals. And thank you for preparing me to be an independent person, as well as showing me I can be confident in whatever I do. We have definitely gotten better. We may not share the same perspectives at times, but I know I needed those valuable lessons. Even though those lessons were tough, you have stood by my side and allowed me to learn and grow. For both of my parents, we haven't always been as close as I preferred. I hope we can change that. I failed to show my gratitude and appreciation numerous times, and I apologize for that. I don't say this enough. I love you both very much. I would take having brothers over sisters any day. I enjoy making you both come to the mall with me, dress up to go to brunch, and play tennis with me. I'm extremely grateful to have you both in my life. Dear Nigel, I keep you young. Despite our 10-year age gap, it surprises me how we can be best friends. Although I'm touched by your willingness to spend your salary on me, I value it most when you are around. I appreciate your consistent efforts to find the time to spend with me. You have always been there for me, and you have always been a good older brother. Dear Jerome, I don't appreciate when people say, Dear Jerome, I don't appreciate when people say, you look like Jerome, but with a wig. Luckily, as we both got older, I started to hear that less. It wasn't long ago when I was stronger than you and wanted to ship you off to the Philippines every time we argued. I'm glad we have gotten a lot closer and we're able to tell each other everything. Thank you to all my family, friends, and staff who are here to support me today. Thank you for those who have always had the best interest in me, and thank you for your guidance.
You only really appreciate things once you look back and see the result. And at times, I've often wondered how you guys didn't give up on me. These words aren't even half of what I need to say to you. Mom, I can't describe how much I need you. You're always there for me when I need someone to support me, cry for me, and cry with me. I wish I could stick up for you like how you stick up for me. And it seems like my friends are also your friends. And I don't think you see how much the kids who you have worked with or talked to really appreciate you. Can I get an amen? Amen! Whenever someone from our school mentions how cool you are, it makes me feel extremely proud. You'll always sit with me for hours when I do my homework. You'll always be willing to look over my English projects to make sure that I did my very best. The sacrifices that you have made for our family are tremendous, If it weren't for you, I would not be turning in homework or studying for tests. But because of you, I am graduating high school. I'm so proud to be your daughter, and so happy that I have a loving mother like you. Mom, I love you. Dad, if there's one word I could describe you as, it's talented. I don't understand how you can do so many things. You built beautiful houses. You're successful. You're a successful engineer, and you're so talented at math that you could even give Miss Louisa a run for her money. But there are many more things that you're good at. There are many more things that you are good at, but those are not the things I appreciate most from you. Anyone can build a house with YouTube. There are a lot of engineers and a fair amount of people who are good at math, but no one can be my dad. No one can be Mr. Bonnie. No one else can be what you are. I appreciate you giving up your time to our family. Those times we went skiing together, even though we didn't have to. And you waited behind me, even though I know for a fact that you can go way faster than me. You're always there to pick me up when I fall down, and always showing Christ's character through your actions and words. I couldn't be more proud to have you as a father. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for everything that you've done for me. I love you both. I have sisters too, but this is a parent tribute, so yeah.
Mom and Dad, I don't think I could count on my fingers the number of times I've sat in my bedroom after an argument with you guys, listing all the things you were doing wrong while parenting me. I can't say that I've always thought of you guys as amazing parents, but I know that I most definitely can say I do now. I'm so blessed to have such a strong relationship with you both that seems to be getting even better and better. Dad, I remember the first time you asked me to help tape down the cords for graduation at the gym in Heritage Academy. I felt so honored, but still worried I would do it wrong. You always seem to know when I am capable of things. Thank you for encouraging me to try things out of my comfort zone, promising that you would be right behind me, guiding me all the way. Dad, you have shown me what a real man of God is. Thank you for always choosing the best for our family. I love you so much. Mom, thank you for always being right by my side. These past 3 years have been a journey with all my surfacing health complications. You didn't always know what would help me, and I often didn't know what to ask for. But thank you for not giving up. Thank you for all the late-night conversations that were far more important than sleep. For almost 18 years, you have been the first person I have gone to with my problems. It scared me when I realized I don't go to you for every issue anymore. But I know that you will always be there when I need something. Thank you for teaching me to first and foremost take my problems to God. You are my role model. I love you, Mom. Austin, I seriously don't know what I would have done these last 2 years without you. Sometimes your listening ear was just what I needed. Thank you for letting me speak my mind, pointing me back to reality, and encouraging me to rest in God. Thank you for teaching me that sometimes it's okay to say that I can't. I'm so blessed to have a big brother like you. Thank you for making it so very clear that you think the world of me and making me feel like a princess. I'll always love you. Andrew, I know I wasn't the easiest little sister to have around, but thank you for including me in parts of your life. I remember sneaking down the stairs to watch you play your drums before Mom would catch me and tell me to put earplugs in. I remember watching you work out until you turned red, and me trying my best to keep up with you, although I never could. I remember watching you play the piano and hoping that one day, after all my hour-long minutes of practice, I could maybe play like you. I've always looked up to you for your endurance. Thank you for inspiring me to keep going. I'll always love you. Alec, out of the three of you, I think you're the brother I've spent the most time with. I still remember realizing that it was pointless to argue with you when you didn't argue back. Thank you for having patience with a little sister like me. I have so many memories with you that I don't think I'll ever be able to count them. I'm so glad we're as close as we are, and I hope we always will be. You have repeatedly shown me that it's cool to be different and that I should never hide who I truly am. Thank you for teaching me to be myself. I'll always love you, Alec, even if you don't say it back. And to all my family and friends who took the time to listen and care for me through every struggle of my past 4 years, I love you all. And to the rest of you, senior parents, families, and friends, thank you for coming and supporting us at the end of our journey. You mean the world to us. At this time, my classmates and I will collect flowers and hand them to our favorite people. While you anxiously wait to see if you will get a rose, you can watch the slideshow that will display the process that got us here today.
Hasn't this been a beautiful service? I feel kind of like they're all part of my kids too, and it's such a blessing to get a little peek into the families and get to know all of you a little bit better. We feel so blessed to have the privilege of working with your young people, and we are blessed by them in return. We realize that the source of our quality Weimar Academy students is their quality parents and their homes. That's why we celebrate the family at the beginning of the graduation and also near the end of the commencement service on Sunday. There are some beautiful statements in one of Ellen White's compilations entitled The Adventist Home, and I'm going to read two of them from page 31. The home in which the members are polite, courteous Christians exerts a far-reaching influence for good. Other families will mark the results attained by such a home and will follow the example set, in their turn guarding the home against satanic influences. The angels of God will often visit the home in which the will of God bears sway. Under the power of divine grace, such a home becomes a place of refreshing to worn, weary pilgrims. By watchful guarding, self is kept from asserting itself. Correct habits are formed. There is a careful recognition of the rights of others. The faith that works by love and purifies the soul stands at the helm, presiding over the whole household. Under the hallowed influence of such a home, the principle of brotherhood laid down in the Word of God is more widely recognized and obeyed. Isn't that neat? Here's another one. One well-ordered, well-disciplined family tells more in behalf of Christianity than all the sermons that can be preached. Such a family gives evidence that the parents have been successful in following God's directions and that their children will serve Him in the church. Their influence grows, for as they impart, they receive to impart again. The father and mother find helpers in their children who give to others the instruction received in the home. The neighborhood in which they live is helped, for in it they have become enriched for time and eternity. The whole family is engaged in the service of the Master, and by their godly example, others are inspired to be faithful and true to God in dealing with His flock. Now, if you're like me, you might feel invigorated by statements like that. That's exciting that our families can have such an impact in the world. But I also realize that I've made a lot of mistakes. I was pretty impatient with my older two, and I didn't understand what was going on with me. I remember sometimes going out and just begging God and saying, Lord, I'm ruining my sons. What's happening to me? I would pray and pray for Him to change me and make me a nice mom, and it didn't feel like He was listening to me. But finally there was a breakthrough, and as He lived through me, it was so exciting. I remember opening my mouth to yell at my oldest son, Austin, and out of my mouth came a compliment. And I just couldn't believe it. And another time when I was so impatient, out of my mouth came a very creative activity for them to do that I actually had energy to do with them. And for a couple weeks, I was so scared that I would mess something up because I knew that God was being victorious in me. But He showed me that day by day, as I asked Him to live in me and to be a mom through me, that He would do that. In Christ Object Lessons, page 333, there's a little sentence of a promise that I absolutely love. All of God's biddings, the things He asks us to do, are enablings. The things He enables us to do them. Isn't that interesting? So anything He asks us to do, He will do it through us or enable us. We can give ourselves and our families as they presently are to God and ask Him to enable us to have families that will be beautiful witnesses to others. I remember with the next two, Alec and Adele, reading Child Guidance, and I don't know why it didn't enter my head to read it for the first two. But when I was reading it with Alec and Adele when they were little, I read things like, the mother should never raise her voice, or the children should never see a frown on her face. And I thought, oh my, I have spoiled them for sure. Because I had many frowns and many times I raised my voice. And I just said, Lord, I can't do this. Please be a mother through me. Please smile at my children through me. Please speak through me. And little by little, it was so beautiful to feel God working through me. And it's not perfect. I still have to ask forgiveness many times. None of us have perfect families. There may be some that look like they've got it all together, but they don't. They might have health problems. They might be fighting with relationship issues. There might have been a death somewhere, pain that's come from somewhere. Nobody has a perfect family. We can all think of mistakes our parents have made. But we can all think of the things that we have to be thankful from our parents and from our families. And we can choose to focus on that. In this time of year, between Mother's Day and Father's Day, let's take a moment to celebrate the beautiful things we've inherited from our parents and how we've been blessed by our families. And then let's also give ourselves to God and ask Him to live out His life within us. The second part of John 15:5 says that without God we can do nothing. But all of His biddings are enablings. He will do them through us. No matter what has happened in our lives and in our families, we can each begin anew. Our family units can begin anew. And at this time, I invite all of you to stand with me so that we can commit ourselves to God and His healing power. Would you pray with me, please? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful service that we can celebrate the families that have sent their young people here to bless us and see what you've done in their lives. You've told us, Father, that the family can be the most valuable asset to minister to the world and to show them your character. And yet that's hard to understand because we all have so many problems. But we thank you so much for your promises that whatever you ask us to do, you will do it through us. Thank you for reminding us that we can't do anything by ourselves. And as we seek to reach others and to be a blessing to others in their pain, we just invite you now to come in and fill us. Be our smiles, be our words, be our self-control. When we get hurt or frustrated, hold our tongue so that we don't hurt each other. And please create our families anew and live your character through us. We love you and we thank you. Amen. You may be seated, and Monique has some announcements before you leave.
I returned. All right, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., we're going to be having our Sabbath school where our seniors will be giving their grad speeches. And I think that's it. Is that it? No? Right, the bags. If you haven't picked up your family bags yet, please do so. They are on that table and that table alone. So feel free to use those. They have like hair clips that you can use for your hat, so you might not want to forget those. All right, thank you.
English is good. I like English.
Spanish too.
History.
History.
Choir.
Orchestra. Algebra 2.
Math.
Science. Music.
Choir.
Economics.
Fun, pleasant.
Cold. It was winter.
When I was in 5th grade, my mom wanted to homeschool me, and she worked at the clinic, so 2 days a week I'd go to the library, and it was really good.
Everyone's very friendly here. It was like kind of like happy, kind of like upbeat, in my opinion.
I thought it was a strict conservative school.
Good impression. Definitely.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Definitely. Yes. For sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes.
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 Because it's generally healthier. Usually if the food is plant-based and organic, then you're dealing with healthier foods that are better for your body and better for your mind. And in a school that demands a lot from your body and your mind, I think that's important.
We want to promote health of the frontal lobe and health of the body in general. And we have counsel from God that a plant-based diet is the ultimate fuel for our bodies, and there are lots of studies and science to back that up as well.
If we just go to Daniel chapter 1, we realize that Daniel and the Hebrews, they just wanted to have that vegan diet, and at the end they were 10 times smarter. So we want you guys to be 10 times smarter.
Just a few words would be enough for me to understand. Just to be guided by your eyes, not even by your hand. When all is silent, I can feel you, I can hear you speak.
But your ways are high, and you are a mystery. Still for you I seek.
I wasn't looking for all of the answers. See, I don't need to know all you have for me.
Let me grasp what your love requires
To get me back
to your desire.
Let me be changed by your refining fire.
And nothing,
And nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more. And nothing,
and nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
when all is silent, I can feel you and I can hear you speak.
But your ways are high, and you are a mystery.
Still for you I seek. I wasn't looking for all of the answers. See, I don't need to know all you have for me.
Let me grasp what your love requires
To get me back to your desire. Let me be changed by your refining fire.
and nothing,
And nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more. And nothing,
and nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
and nothing,
And nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
and nothing,
And nothing,
and nothing, nothing, nothing more.
Hi, I'm Anil. I'm out here in Auburn, California, just doing TCI from Weimar University. And we usually come to her place. Her name is Miss Cheryl, and she has 2 nice horses. And we usually do yard work. We feed these horses. Sometimes we clean this, and then Actually, we do everything here for our house and behind our yard. And then at the end, usually almost every week, we have a really awesome worship with her. Right now, we're studying the book of Mark, and we go through Jesus's parables and we discuss. It usually takes about 30 minutes, and it's a really great time. And then at the end, most of the times, she actually has like a sweet for us. So we have like brownies or something, and then we just end it there. It's actually a great blessing for me as a college student, like just in the middle of the week, just to relax and see the work in the nature. And it's really great for her because we come here, help her out, and she loves when we come. So it's a great blessing for everyone around us.
there, I'm Dr. Galland. Did you know? When caffeine is combined with a dopamine-stimulating event, it can create lifelong habits. The release of dopamine is triggered by things like sugar, fat, carbonation, intense flavors and aromas, and pleasing sights and sounds. Specialty coffees often contain large amounts of sugar, fat, and appealing flavors and aromas. This can turn an occasional coffee drinker into an addicted, repeat customer. So instead of another cup of caffeine, why not grab a bottle of water? With 0 calories, natural minerals, and no side effects, it's a good habit worth repeating.
When you go on a mission trip, you see God work. It's not just seeing some new place and eating some different food. It's about relieving pain. It's about relieving suffering.
During the morning, we did health expos. We started off the first couple of days with children health expos, and then we moved on to doing adult health expos.
Weimar's motto is to heal a hurting world. We went there with an objective, hoping to alleviate suffering, whether that was physical or mental or spiritual.
Diarrhea is a common cause of death. In fact, 10,000 children die every year, and just hand washing can reduce that by almost 50%. One of the most memorable experiences for me was working with the kids during the health expos and seeing their excitement to do the hands-on portion of learning about water and how it affects their bodies.
We saw over 1,200 patients through the clinic. That's amazing that over 1,200 people found some relief from the suffering in their lives. Whether that was seeing a dentist and getting a tooth pulled, or seeing a doctor and getting some help for the pain, or getting a pair of glasses. I'll let Jahan tell you about the guy with the glasses.
I was testing him with his glasses and his eyesight, and he had awful eyesight. And when he saw that he could read the words on a page, his face just lighted up, and he said to me, "Thank you so much. I'm now able to read my Bible." And one of the important lessons I learned there was how we are to be hands and feet of Jesus wherever we go.
Good job. You ready to hike in this? You made it.
During the evenings, we would have nightly meetings, and that lasted 10 days. And what we did every single meeting was we started off with songs, and then we did some health talks to educate the people how to live healthier lifestyles. Then we moved on to practical health demos, some of which were cooking demos, others were hydro and lots more. And then we also ended with spiritual talks.
In addition, we would also provide a children's program in which we focused on the life of Jesus to bring how Jesus can impact and live in the children's lives. The first night we had about 8 kids, and then that number doubled, and by the end we had over 80 kids.
It was so nice to see. This one night I just walked in, I got out of the minibus, and there were these kids ready, waiting for me at the back of the church, and they were singing just by themselves. I didn't prompt them, but they were just singing all the scripture songs, and it was nice to see that God was sowing those seeds in their hearts.
For the main program, I think the best part for me was the last night in which I saw people give their lives to Jesus, and I decided to make the same decision with them.
We had a decision night where we were asking people to make decisions, and there were 100 people who made decisions that they wanted to let Jesus be the Lord of their lives. And then there was over 100 that made decisions that they wanted to talk to somebody about baptism. That was incredible.
The most important thing I learned is that God can use our inadequacies as long as we're willing. I was very insufficient for the job before me, but yet God was still able to use me.
There were a lot of moments where I was discouraged, and I thought, Lord, I don't know how we're going to bring these people to you. I don't know what we're going to do. But when we place our trust in Him, He just directs our path, and that was such a neat thing to see.
You know, Jesus said, what you have done unto the least of these, you have done unto me. And so I think one of the reasons mission trips are so powerful is it's an opportunity to relieve the suffering of Christ. It's an opportunity to relieve the suffering of human beings who have so little. When you visit these places and these homes of these people, I mean, they are so impoverished. They have so little, and they appreciate when you help them like this. So if God leads you, I would definitely encourage you to be in the hands of Christ and help alleviate some of that suffering in the world.